Good morning, everyone. Morena koutou. Oh, yes, I can hear. We've got action and voice. We do still have an issue with YouTube, but we'll proceed with the meeting as per the 5-minute rule, and it will be uploaded to the website post the meeting. So we'll just open with karakia, karakia timatanga, whakatakatahau ki te uru, whakatakatahau ki te tonga, kia mā kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai. E hi ake ane te atukura, he teo, he huka, he hauhu, tihei, Māori ora. Well, welcome councillors, staff, members of the public, and of course our esteemed guests today from the Regional Council, both their councillor representatives and their staff. Council and Standing Committee live streamed on the Council's website and the YouTube channel. Public gallery attendees present implies your consent to being broadcast. Further information about live streaming protocols can be found on the Council's website. Health and safety, in case of an emergency, follow the building wardens to the nearest exit, just outside the door behind Kay over here, behind you. The meeting point is across the road at Peace Park, which is the grassed area just here to my back left. And bathroom facilities are located opposite the chamber foyer as you entered. We have an apology from Deputy Mayor Jukes, who is actually absent on council business attending one of the local government conferences. No other apologies are there. Any acknowledgements or tributes, please, members? If not, we'll move on to conflict. Oh, sorry, yes, Councillor Boynton.
I've already acknowledged before in previous meetings around our Mātātua Kapahaka regionals that are happening this weekend in Whakatane at Rugby Park, but I'd also like to acknowledge that International Women's Day is also coming upon us in the next coming week. So I just wanted to acknowledge all our mana wahine around the table and in the room, and also all those doing their hard mahi across our rohe. Kia ora.
Any other acknowledgements? No, thank you, Councillor Boynton. Just a point of order, I neglected to ask for a mover and a seconder of the apologies. Thank you, Councillor Isles. Councillor James seconded. All those in favour? Aye. Thank you, carried. So this morning we're very fortunate to have a deputation from the Bay of Plenty Regional Council to talk about their annual plan and what's all coming up. So can I please welcome to the table Councillor Sarah and Mawera Karatai, Sarah McCorkindale. Oh, and sorry, Councillor Malcolm Campbell. Good morning, Malcolm.
Good morning. Good morning.
And Chris, who's one of their GMs.
Yeah,
thank you.
What
was your surname again, Chris?
Ingle.
Ingle. Oh, thank God. I saw your lips. I heard it, but I didn't see your lips move.
Well, I was all set to introduce him, and like my whole beautiful introduction of everybody, and you beat me to it, but nicely too.
So thank you very much, Maria. We're in your capable hands.
Ko Pukekura Tamauka, ko Owhio Te Awa, ko Kaitahu Kati Mamoi, Waitahaka Iwi, ko Ururau Kaupuarangi Te Waka, ko Teirua Hiki Karatai Tukupaua, no o tākau au kei whakatane au no hoana, ko Mawera Karatai Toku Ekua. Kia ora, everybody. You all know me. Well, most of you know me, and I feel so privileged to sit amongst people who are my friends, colleagues, and community members who are doing amazing things for this community. So before anything, like now, having sat in this seat in Kohi now since October, and I have now an awareness of just how much work it is that you do. So thank you for your mahi and your service to the community. It is my great pleasure today to share this space with Councillor McCorkindale and Councillor Campbell, who represent the East Coast, and Chris, who, when I was writing down his title, wrote General Manager of All Things Important, which our catchments are. So a pleasure to share this space with you too, Chris, and thank you for your mahi as well. I'll just open
Excuse me, Mawera. Thank you very much for that. Just to advise that we're now live.
Okay, great. Thank you. Whoops. Just get myself all in the right order here. So we have we've started our and now I've got a little slide thingy somewhere. Oh, there it is. Malcolm, will you pass that? Thank you. All right, let's see if this works. Oh, amazing. All right, and I love this whakatoki because it is exactly right. The success is not the work of an individual, but the work of many, and that never is a truer word been said than the people who do the mahi in this community with the many challenges that we face as a collective. So, the purpose of today is to introduce our long-term plan and to ask you for your input into that, because if it is going to actually work for the community, then we have to know what's on your mind as well. This is not an ordinary long-term plan. What we're asking for is for you guys to dig into your imaginations and come up with the things that are things for the future. What is this community going to need in its future? So we're going to go through the operating environment as it is at the moment. Obviously, then we'll go through the activities that we've got, and we're open to hearing of any other opportunities for engagement that you might know of that we don't know of. An overview of the consultation, the topics, and then at the end I'll ask for questions, but if you have a burning question in the meantime, please don't hesitate to ask because you may forget. All right, so the operating environment at the moment is complicated, as you guys know just as well as we do, with all of the proposals that we have all just submitted on, with the radical changes to the space that we operate in, with the funding constraints that we're having to deal with to solve those big problems. We've got all of our environmental issues that we're having to deal with, and also the social issues that we deal with in this community as well. We've got 2 new bills that will replace the RMA, and we don't really have any idea of how long it's going to take for those to be implemented, if they will at all. So we're just sitting in this space at the moment of just wondering what's going to happen over the next little while. Everything that our community relies on for its planning is sitting in that state of flux right now. So complicated space. The one thing that remains consistent is Toi Moana advocates for a strong regional representation, and we advocate for the people in this community as well as the wider Toi Moana constituency. So thinking about what that operating environment looks like from a practical point of view, the areas in red are the areas that are going to be most affected by the reform changes. So that's our spatial planning, some governance, compliance and monitoring, tatility obligations and relationships, our regional planning and consenting. The other areas are not as much impacted, but you'll see those 2 spaces in yellow that kind of sit between the 2 as the glue that binds. So we really, to my way of thinking, they're just as vulnerable as those spaces that are in red. So I'd like you to just take a minute to take that in about where our vulnerabilities are right now. So the draft annual plan for this area, so obviously we are really interested in some feedback from you on what's happening with the RIV schemes. We're going to have a look at some statistics later on in terms of the investment that the Regional Council is putting into the rivers, into that freshwater space. So we're really keen to hear some feedback from you on how you're feeling about this. Are you feeling like that's about right? Do you want to see more investment, less investment? We'd really like to know how you feel about all of that.
Mawera, are you requesting some feedback at the moment or at the end of the...
No, in your submission.
Oh, in our submission?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, so this whole process is about your submission. But feel free to give feedback today as well. because we've got people in the room who will capture that feedback and report it back. So if you have got some, at the end of the session, if you've got some feedback, we'd be welcome for that.
May I just ask a question? So where you put the word co-investment, so you've got the RIF tranche 2 funding from the government, and then the co-investment is what Regional Council is contributing.
Yes, we've got co-investment from Kanoa for the flood protection upgrades that we're working with your staff on as well. So that we're fortunate that this second tranche funding has come through, and they're talking about possibly a third tranche as well, so we're preparing for those bids as well. But as you're probably aware, the Regional Council in Bay of Plenty has done pretty well out of that Kanoa fund. I think the first tranche we ended up with 20 million awarded from the government, so and this district has benefited probably more than any of the other Bay of Plenty districts. I think over half of our flood protection assets are in Whakatane district and the 2 river schemes mentioned there. So it's a big part of what we do and how we contribute, and I think many of you are involved in the river scheme advisory groups, which we're about to meet shortly to go into detail about these things. So, but the work is protecting our communities and their safety and resilience for the future.
Okay, so supporting you with submissions enables that as well. Yeah, thanks.
Any other questions around that while we're still on this slide? Okay, so a draft annual plan sees us investing more than $400 million in flood protection assets, and as Chris just talked about, more than half of that actually comes to our region, to the Whakatane district region. It's a significant investment that the Regional Council makes into our community. And I think the other thing that is really important for us to think about right now is that climate change adaptation and natural hazard resilience. As we know, we have got all the challenges in this region relating to climate change and vertical land movement. So it is a really important consideration for you guys when you're making your submission to the annual plan, to the long-term plan. Okay, and then of course there's the services and the work of the Harbour Master as well. So we're really keen to get some feedback from you guys in your submission. Gavin, do you have a question? Okay. All right, then we move into the science monitoring, compliance and emergency management support, and of course our biosecurity and biodiversity protection across the region. Again, we are overrepresented in all the negative statistics in that space too, with significant loss of biodiversity and big problems in biosecurity in the waterways and on the whenua. So really keen to hear back from you your thoughts about investment into that space. And then regional public transport. I think that the regional public transport in Whakatane compared to some of the other places definitely could have a bit more attention, so we'd be definitely keen for to hear your thoughts on that too. So the planning consultation on the annual plan and the long-term plan finishes on the 2nd of April, so opens the 25th, and then in April and May we have got deliberations, and then we hope to have everything done and dusted by the 30th of June. It doesn't, what is that, 6 weeks from now until the submissions close, so we encourage you to do it sooner rather than later. You can go and engage online by that link. We have a really cool, this is a bit of information for the wider community. If you know that there is an organisation or a person in the community who would like to make a submission but they're not quite sure about the process, we have a service called the Friend of the Submitter, and that is a free service for anybody who wants to make a submission. A writer will come and sit with them and write, and it's writing their words. We're not trying to funnel anybody down a way of thinking or or trying to frame their kōrero for them, we report as they say, so we can organise a friend of the submitter to come and sit with any organisation or individual wanting to make a submission, and that is a free service. We're also engaging in community and business events. So we'll be at the Ohopi Market on the 7th. We will also have a business breakfast through the Chamber of Commerce on the 19th of March at our Whakatane offices. And we're really keen for, if you guys have got any other events coming up that we might be able to come and represent the LTP at, just let us know and we'll see if we can organise that. We missed out on the kapahaka in Whakatane, which is a bit of a shame. But we've obviously got Rotorua coming up as well. Oh, that means that I can go for fun instead of work. That's a good thing. Okay, so what we are consulting on, optimising long-term regional investment. That is everything that we've just talked about and more. We probably don't need to tell you guys the work that we do in the community, but we are really wanting to hear from you to make sure if we've got that about the investment right, do we need to improve or do we need to invest less? How do you see us operating in the future? We've also got a proposed regional benefit fund. Now this is where things get really exciting, because while we have in the past operated within quite a strict budget, and there hasn't been a lot of wriggle room in it, this time we're asking for your big ticket items. What are the things that matter in this community that need further investment? And that's a really important difference this time round. If you're thinking into the future about what this community needs, then we want to hear what you think those are. What's the investment in the big term items? Is it further climate change resilience? Is it better investment into biodiversity? Is it we want better investment into waterways? Like, what are those really big ticket items? What are the things that you're interested in terms of infrastructure that you want co-investment in? Those are the kind of things that we want to hear about into that topic too.
Sorry, one moment, Mawira. Mia Tantos.
Mawira, just a question on that. So, and what are the kind of parameters or criteria that you're thinking around that fund?
Chris?
My understanding at the moment is that that's not yet been decided and that that's the purpose of the consultation. I think it might be in the next slide actually, is that we want your thoughts on what parameters might be that benefit our communities best.
Thank you, Chris. And just an additional question from myself. Is the 20 million tagged for the fund across the whole Wairau Bay of Plenty? It is.
That is what we are hoping to get, but we need feedback from you. So what is received from the port and other investments at the moment is around 50 million, and that goes into subsidising the general rate. So we are looking at an additional 20 million that could potentially go into that regional benefits fund, but we can't do that without a community mandate to say, yes, you should do that, and also putting forward what your suggested criteria and eligibility requirements might be would be a huge help for us, because that then gives us the mandate to go ahead and establish that fund and request that money.
All right, thank you, Sarah. Councillor Boynton, question?
Kia ora koutou, mihi atu kia koutou. I tēnei ata, thank you for coming along to present. My question was regarding how viable is it going to be with us putting forward and trying to advocate for co-investment when it comes to rates capping legislation?
Everyone's looking to
That's
each
a Matt
other.
question.
I feel like I should swap chairs with our CFO. Oh, okay.
Morning, everybody. So the council isn't limited by the rates legislation in the funding that is in this long-term plan and annual plan at the moment. So it's all within what we potentially would be rates capped, the 2 to 4% that's been announced by government as a proposal. That isn't limiting this amount that council is looking at. So the $3 billion investment fund and the $20 million from year one and for potential future years, rate capping as we can consider it at the moment, as you'll need to do as well, that doesn't limit that amount.
That's good to hear. Thank you for clarifying that.
Can I just ask, what was your name? Sorry, I know you're the Chief Financial Officer.
Hi, I'm Matt Taylor. I'm the General Manager for Corporate at Bay of Plenty Region.
Kia ora, hi Matt.
Hi.
Should have known you.
General Manager of the important things that Chris doesn't do. All right, we have very great people working with us. So back to topic one. So this is kind of a little bit of information about that. So the long-term optimisation of the $3 billion investment portfolio. And we want to make sure that the investment income supports our whole region. It's for the benefit of this region. And so this is truly where you say, okay, this is what we need for our community to thrive, for our community to be safe, for our community to be well. This is the kind of investment we need, and these are the kind of things that we need to invest in. So we're also seeking feedback on the structure options for how you think that should look in terms of how we invest that money and how we return. What was the dinging from? Does someone have a question? Okay. All right, so so how you see that structure would benefit this community in the most fair way. Okay, and topic two, considering whether to establish a regional benefit fund and how you think that might look to make sure that it does align with our existing community outcomes. And if the feedback that we get from you determines whether or not that fund even proceeds. So we really want to know what you think about all of this. All the information is available in the proposed long-term plan booklet that you'll be able to find online at that link that we showed earlier. So your feedback on that is going to determine the shape of it. And investing in Indigenous biodiversity, one of the biggest challenges that this community faces. So do you think that we should be investing less, the same or more in biodiversity? Do you think that we need to invest more in protecting our native species, our ecosystems, and investing in the overall regional environmental health? Currently, we are investing around $22.4 million. And we would really like some feedback from you guys on, do you think that's enough? Do you think there needs to be more? Do we need to be putting money into a specific area? What does that look like from your point of view for this community? And also we're asking for submissions on the proposed general rates increase. And we're also reviewing our fees and charges policy. So information about that is available in the booklet as well. So this is where the money is being spent currently.
Can I ask a question, if
Yes.
you mind? So out of the transportation, I think that's the largest orange part down there. Do you know proportionality-wise what part of the budget comes across to the Eastern Bay?
We have a transport targeted rate for Whakatane District Council specifically, but the actual amount within that I wouldn't know off the top of my head. But so some of that transport orange is in Whakatane, and there's a transport targeted rate where 90% of that funding comes from Whakatane. But I don't have those exact figures, I'm afraid.
Oh, right, but bearing in mind the feedback question about some Eastern Bay of Plenty transport ideas, would that be in addition, or would that still be part of this pool?
It would depend on whether it was something just specifically for the district or whether it was moving people across districts. When across district, it's then generally funded across the region as a whole, but things which are just within a district are targeted rated 90% and 10% general funded at the moment. But we would welcome any feedback that council have on services, but also how those things are funded. That's one of the things through this proposal. We're asking for how things are funded as well as the levels of service for those activities like transport.
Thank you.
Leslie, are you wanting to know what the investment into transportation is just for this district? Because we can get that information to you.
Yeah, I think that would be useful
Okay.
for us for our submission. Thank you.
Matt, am I also right in saying that the split of the targeted versus the general rate that goes toward public transport in this area changes depending on which area you're in? Some of the more vulnerable communities, so for example, the Murupara Minganui services, they actually receive more of the general rate, so that becomes the whole region subsidises that service so that those more vulnerable communities actually maintain a level of service without having to be subjected to a targeted rate. And so that's part of our decision making at the moment, and we'd really welcome feedback on those splits as well.
Yes.
Thank you, Sarah.
Okay. So total rates by territorial authority. That story, that picture paints a pretty grim picture for our community. And actually I was talking to somebody about this morning, and even though it doesn't look great, but actually we get a lot for that. And it's so tricky trying to manage expectations and people's budgets, and just figuring out how we do the best thing by everybody in the community.
Do you want me to comment?
Yes, please.
Just interpreting, there's a lot of information on that graph, and we sort of throw it up there and expect people to understand, but it's the blue bits that skew things. So if you try and imagine whakatane without the blue in there, then it would be actually moderately low. The blue bits are the river scheme works. So if you're in a river scheme, you're paying them. If you're not in a river scheme, you're not. I happen to live in a river scheme, so I'm paying along with probably most people. But you're also getting the benefit from that, and you're also getting the co-benefit of that kānoa investment that we heard about earlier. So this is where future-proofing for climate change impacts comes to life. So you can see that as a cost, or you can see that as a benefit for our future generations. That would be my comment on that graph. And Potiki's in the same situation.
And just a question of action plan. Some thoughts about, can you explain that to us? That's the brown one, brown or the red one.
Oh, the air action plan.
That's Rotorua.
Oh, sorry. Can you say that again?
You can't actually see it on the graph, but it actually just applies to the Rotorua air catchment. So it doesn't apply in the Whakatane district, so it's not a part of the financial picture over here.
I could tell you about the Rotorua airshed was initiated by the Rotorua District Council in collaboration with Regional Council, I think 20 years ago. And at that time, Rotorua had quite a serious air quality problem, and people were actually dying from air quality in the winter from home fires and stuff. And we've actually, in collaboration with the District Council, fixed that problem. So now the airshed is clean, and that that classification under the NPS fresh order, the NPS for air quality can now be removed, as I understand it. So that's a huge success story for the community of Rotorua. The action plan still remains in place, so that the subsidy remains for people who want to replace the more dirty burners with heat pumps and clean burners. So that's what that is. But I'm not sure why it's there, because it's such a small line item you can't actually see it on the graph.
All right, thank you for that clarification.
So when you look at the graph, it gives a really good sense of where our investment is right now, and it should help you to think about what it is that you see into the future for how you want that continued investment to look. And that is the last slide. So, are there any questions?
With a little bit to digest there. Thank you, Mawera. I was wondering, could we go back to the first slide about the river funding?
Have I gone past it? Yeah.
I didn't have a specific question, but I feel like if I look at this long enough, I will probably get a question come to mind. I think if I'm looking at the future-proof, so progress has been made already, and the result of the flood wall is looking better than we expected. Thank you very much, and I understand you've done some aesthetic work with our team to get it to that point there. So are we a little bit behind schedule with the flood wall scheme?
I think there's been a little bit of slippage, but it's really more of weeks rather than months or years. So, but we've certainly finished stage 2, and we're now moving into the stage 3. And I understand there was a large planning meeting the other day, but your GM Laney and myself have been working very closely on that. We're the co-sponsors for this, and I think overall it's going particularly well. But there's always, with a project of this size, there's always little wrinkles and speed bumps and things that speed you up or usually slow you down, particularly when you've got things like, you know, the fishing club, they've got to have space to do their planning. So we need to make sure that everyone comes out of this feeling positive about the outcome. And I think you're right, the first stage has been positive, and we've worked very well with local hapu and Ngāti Awa. They've been a co-sponsor as well, really, in many senses. So, yeah, we think it's going particularly well. But I think we've got the River Advisory Group meeting coming up in a couple of weeks' time, so we can talk in detail about that then.
And just for the benefit of all the councillors, these River Advisory Group meetings are available online, so that you can go and access the agendas, you know, and their minutes. And I've always found that really helpful, just to kind of keep a little bit of an eye on what's happening in our own backyard. So, yes, Councillor James.
Yeah, thanks for this presentation, and a lot of talk here about flood protection and that. I haven't seen anything about drainage schemes and that on the Rangataut, which are really important to our district.
Yeah, the drainage work is continuing. I'm not aware that there's any new investment needed in the drainage schemes. They seem to be working pretty well, as you'd be aware. We also have, similar to the River Advisory Group meetings, we have an annual drainage meeting, which you may attend, Wilson, but yeah, we get direct feedback from the owners of those schemes, because they're actually a collection of community-owned pumping schemes in the plains that we then come over and do the maintenance for. And certainly we get pretty direct feedback. They're 100% targeted rate funded, so the service is not cross-subsidised at all. And they seem to be working quite well. There have been some changes in the Kaituna one, but that's outside of your district. Some more investment needed there, but I think in this part of the region it's going pretty well.
Thank you, Chris.
Through your chair,
Oh,
can
yes.
I just say one thing to Wilson about that? I'm on that committee, and we meet in Edgecombe. A lot of them are your friends and colleagues, and they're pretty outspoken if things are not going right, Wilson. So, you know, you're in good hands as far as your representatives. That's the most important thing. When I can talk about Lynn Verbicus or Scotty McLeod, they've always got put their 2 bits in, and Brian Powell. So yeah, they do a good job.
Thank you, Malcolm. I've got Councillor Dennis and Councillor Whittaker for questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In regard to the river schemes and all that, I noticed in the last major storm we had, when we had 210 millimetre of rain drop on Awakaponga, the Awakaponga Canal flooded. And part of the reason for that is it does get an incredible amount of silt down there, but if you look at the Matata Edgecombe Road, just between Flax Road and Cavahill Road, the actual riverbed's higher than the surrounding land and the surrounding thing. And so in that last one, where it went through Cavahill Road, it actually overflowed and flooded into a person's property, and they had to spend thousands getting it cleaned up. Are you looking at doing a proper job on that river and actually clean out the base of it, so to drop the bottom of the river down so it doesn't flood? Because it did block the road for a few days.
I was actually away when that happened, but yeah, I noticed when I come back and driving past every day, it's pretty serious and very perched, as you say. I don't know the answer, but can I get back to you, Councillor Dennis, on that one? Because I can make some inquiries later today and find out what the plan is going forward.
It's not only where that river flooded, but it's also that whole surrounding land when it builds up, and because the river's so high, it actually tries to get through the culvert under the railway line and blew the whole railway line out. And I see now they've got 6 culverts instead of 1, so all that's going to do is flood Richard James's property. So it needs a good look at, eh?
I'll follow up on that for you.
Thank you, Chris.
Through you, Madam Chair, I just wanted to say Councillor Dennis has already sent me an email, and I've already sent that through into the organisation to ask for some follow-up, so I can, and Malcolm has received some feedback as well from the community, so we can follow that up.
Right, thank you, Sarah.
Can I have another one, please?
Is it on the same topic?
Yeah.
Yes.
Where the Awatariki comes out of the hills by the subway in Matata and flows into the silt traps, we need to keep cleaning that silt trap, because if the river backs up there, it ends up flooding Richmond Street and the lower Arawa Street area. And I know that we usually put 120,000 a year across to clean out that silt trap and the one at the top of the Waitapuru. I think from the debris flood we had in February last year till about now, I think we must be nearing the $1 million thing. So as that's a river, regional urban river, are you able to help us with that, with funding? It's starting to kill us, but the amount of, or even put in, I know there's some talk about putting preventive measures by doing weirs up in the hills to stop it ripping the guts out of the riverbank. Are you thinking of doing something to help us with that?
Unfortunately, not at this stage. It's just outside of the river scheme boundary, so the targeted rating can't be applied to that particular stream. So, but I understand what you're saying there, because I've been watching all the work go on. Of course, the history of Awatariki, as you know, has been that debris flow. When was it? 2005, I think.
2005, correct.
Yep.
Perhaps we could take this discussion offline afterwards,
It's a big
Councillor.
topic, really.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you. Councillor Whittaker.
Thank you for your presentation. Could you tell me what amount of debt do each of the 2 major river schemes carry at the moment, and what percentage of our rates go towards servicing that debt?
I should remember all of the numbers for the debts off the top of my head, but I don't carry them with me. I believe the Rangataiki is around 50 million now, but can we provide that information around to your council in due course? Because we have debt on all of the river schemes right across the region. So we'll send that out.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
Is it all right with that, Malcolm? Yes? Yep. We've got Councillor Boynton, Councillor Hamill, then Councillor Dennis.
Kia ora anō. I have 2 questions related to the same subject. My question is around procurement. I wanted to, first of all, ask, in your procurement policy, do you look at having a circular economy? Like, is there a policy that looks at ensuring that wherever work is being done, that local contractors or workers are part of the tendering process?
So yeah, our procurement policies, like all local government procurement policies, follow a set of guidelines and rules from central government. So we take on board specific things like, cost and timing and quality, but we also try to take into account those broader outcomes for the community. So they're definitely part of the procurement assessment that's made, looking at local contractors and the amount of travel that you need to do in order to deliver services to a local area. That's all taken into account, like you are with your procurement policies as a district council as well. So yeah, we have specific things over cost, but we also try to bring in those broader outcomes for the community when you're assessing procurement tenders from one against another. So I'm sure ours would be very similar to the ones that you follow.
Thank you for that. So, yeah, my second question is it worthwhile that in our submission we could advocate to, ensure that, particularly if we have a targeted rate for the schemes that we are paying for and our residents are paying for, that we could maybe have a strong advocacy to ensure that our local services and that are part of procuring those services so that we see that economy come back directly into Aotearoa?
Yes, of course. So you're able to submit or give feedback on all matters relating to regional council services and work, but I think you're also aware of many good examples of local communities and contractors doing work in their local communities.
Yes.
We have loads of examples of
Yes.
that with regional council work.
I
Because
know
they're
that
on the
would be...
spot and they know and understand
Yeah.
the work that's...
No, thank you, because I was also looking at the transporting sort of contracts as well and what's happened there recently with our companies that we've got locally. And, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, councillor. Can I just remind councillors that this is about their annual plan and their long-term plan rather than operational questions. Councillor Hamill.
Thank you. Thank you for coming today, for your time. My question was about the biodiversity, and we have, I think you said 22.4 million currently allocated to that. Did I hear you right saying that we're disproportionately affected in the Eastern Bay? Our measures are not looking as good as the wider bay, and could you provide us with some of that information, those measures, so we can make an informed submission about that?
So a breakdown of where our biodiversity investment is at the moment.
Yes, but also perhaps a bit more detail around what that biodiversity, why it's not, why we're disproportionately affected in the Eastern Bay. Just a bit more detail around it.
Cool. Is that for biodiversity and biosecurity, or just specifically biodiversity?
If the 22.4 is both biodiversity and biosecurity, then both, yeah.
I can speak to that just in very general terms. We have the largest amount of rural land in the Eastern Bay of Plenty. So that's across the three districts, Kawerau, Whakatane and Oporiki. And so this is where a lot of the biodiversity and the biosecurity issues are occurring. And I also want to pull us back just one step to the context that our biodiversity operations are working in, and that's resource management reform. And so under the RM reform, you may be aware that the proposal is no net loss of biodiversity. So the threat is that we take a snapshot of the biodiversity that we have now and we say that's good enough. And that's good enough forever. Oh, but we're prepared to sacrifice it over there if there's an economic return from destroying that over there. Oh, and over there, if that wetlands actually we see some productive potential, we could probably let that go as well. So this is the context for this consultation with you, is there is a huge threat to the work that has already been done, and there's a huge threat to our existing biodiversity. But to spend more, we need you to tell us spend more, or is it the same, or do you want us to spend less? So this is a really, really key piece of engagement within this resource management reform context that we're in. So we really, really implore you and any other interested parties that you network with to make a submission on this, because this is the work that has been done to date on biosecurity and biodiversity protection and enhancement is not necessarily going to be our MO going forward.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you, Sarah. That's clarifies. Thank you.
Councillor Dennis.
Thank you. Just one, in regard to the biodiversity whole story, and I'd like to talk about the Western Lagoon in front of Matata, Te Aotearoa. But just before the debris flow in 2005, the swamp had gone from the far western end almost down, halfway down past the old post office. Now, after the debris flow, we dug it out, and it was really great. 5 years ago, we had to go in there, council, and spend over 140 grand digging out the Ratepayer, because it had started from both sides, almost connected by the old tennis court, and it was starting to back up and cause swamp. So here we are 5 years later, and it's starting to do it again, and it's more noticeable opposite the pub, where all the nutrients from our terrible sewage problem is, and it's starting to almost grow halfway across. The idea was that every 5 years we'd go in there and just do a little bit of scribbling for 40 or 50,000 and just take it away. Are you able to help us keep that lagoon functioning until they decide whether or not they're going to put the river out by the lagoon, by the subway? Now, I appreciate there's different types of wetlands, and so the bit behind the walkway behind that lagoon is full of swamp and wetland, which a lot of the birds like. The eastern lagoon is a wonderful thing for birds to hide in and nest in, but this is a different type of waterway in front of there, and if we don't act soon, it's just going back up and turn into a swamp.
Perhaps that's a response maybe that can be forwarded back to Councillor Dennis at a later time.
It sounds like a submission point to me, but certainly there's a big meeting on Friday about the Tarawera Awa strategy group that we both sit on. Councillor Imink and your mayor are involved. These discussions really should be, I think, involve the iwi, because their aspirations of community and iwi need to be aligned on that, but certainly the regional council is involved in biodiversity, and I can't see why we wouldn't want to be at the table.
I do know, talking to Te Mano Ngāti Rangatihi, that the aspirations of that group is the long-term end game, but this is the intermediate or the immediate thing we need to do actually to keep it stop being a swamp, so we can deal with it after.
Thanks, Councillor Dennis, and it would be a good submission point, you know. Thank you, Councillor O'Brien, you have a question.
Just firstly, I just want to say thank you for providing the service of our friends and submitters. Because our people, especially our hapu, don't have the capacity, and nor do we have the resources to, I guess, put forward or write submissions to. We've been inundated with all these reforms and having to submit to them. Friends and submitters has certainly been a great thing for us as hapu and iwi, so we thank you for that. So my question is, will there be a continuation of existing funding for Māori initiatives that you have within council?
So through this long-term plan amendment and the annual plan, there have been no cuts or reductions. So even though the general rates reduction from 8% to 4% shows that there's going to be less call on ratepayers, no levels of service or services that we currently provide are looking to be reduced through this annual plan. Hopefully that will give you reassurance that the savings, the reduction from 8% to 4% hasn't been because councillors have asked for a cut in service or a reduction in service levels, because that hasn't happened.
But that will also make a really good topic for a submission too. If you feel like there has to be better investment and that it can be in a particular area, then submit on it. It'll be good to hear that.
Right, and if I may, second question, will your Māori councillors be open to meeting with our local iwi chairs?
Yes. You let us know when and we'll be there.
Very good. Thank you for that. Maybe just one more?
Yes, sure.
The government's looking at the future of looking at the combined territorial sports. And we're going to may have to be forced into, integrating our services. What are your thoughts about shared services now? Initiating that before that? Just to get us, we're going to have to go there sometime, possibly. Your thoughts?
Our chair, Whaiamati Moana, has been talking with the regional mayors about exactly that, and so that conversation is definitely happening. Mayor Nandor has been conversation too. There is a real desire by the Regional Council to engage in exactly that. Like, how can we actually get ahead of all of this and start collaborating and working together for what's best for the region? So it's in the hand of our mayors and our chair at the moment, and the conversations are positive.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mawere, for that. Mayor Angelos.
Thank you. First of all, thanks for coming today and presenting to us and inviting us to come to you and submit your annual plan. And the things you've outlined, the proposed regional benefit fund and those matters, it's really encouraging to see those as options and look forward. I think we, as a council, need to have a good workshop together to identify where our priorities are going to be and what our ask is going to be. But we really thank you for the invitation. It has been extremely helpful. A lot of the questions, the responses really, those are for submissions. And so, so I think we need to give some real thoughts of what we put in. So my question, I suppose, is, and it's not very well framed, but it's to the three Eastern Bay representatives on the Regional Council. And I suppose what I'm interested in is you're people who are from the Eastern Bay. You've been elected into these positions where now you're taking a very regional approach and learning a lot, especially to new councillors who, the learning curve is huge. And I'm interested in your thoughts about coming from the Eastern Bay in your current positions. What are your insights about the kind of regional challenges? So here in our council, we're kind of locked into our district. We're looking at the needs of our district. We're not necessarily aware of what the broader regional issues are. And with all the reform coming our way, we have to be cognizant of these regional concerns. And I think we have to work together as a region in addressing these reforms. So I'm just interested in your insights as Eastern Bay people who are operating at that regional level and what that means.
Malcolm.
Chair. Sorry. Your Worship, look, when we got into council this last October, there was a great change in the leadership, and there was an enthusiasm by the 9 new councillors, which is it's a pretty big change in any council, for definite change for the betterment. From the 3 councillors here, we've got 15, nearly 16,000 votes of people that put their tick towards our name. So that's pretty important to me and to my colleagues here. I think the most important thing is, though, that somebody come along in November and banged us all on the head with a sledgehammer, and we're still stumbling around thinking about what the hell's going to happen from here on. People have asked me, for instance, in Kawerau and around the Bay of Plenty. I've got a lot of friends here in Whakatane and Poriki, are you still working and the likes? And I say to them, until I get told not to come Monday, my focus is on the Eastern Bay of Plenty. And the 3 of us are committed to making sure, no matter what happens with the reform, that we get the best deal for the Eastern Bay of Plenty. That's our job. At the same time, we're also committed to looking after the Bay of Plenty as a whole. And that's why we're here today. And a lot of you probably think, what the hell are they actually doing here? Because they might not be here next week or next month or whatever. We are committed by statute to do the job that we were voted for. And until that is turned around, that's going to be the case. And but yeah, there's a whole lot of stuff coming down the track, and you know more about it than probably I do now. But I think let's wait till the elections get over and done with. that's another thing, but we are totally committed, and I speak for my colleagues here, we've talked about that. And, you know, and there's another 11 councillors out there that are also committed to the Eastern Bay of Plenty. They've been coming along, they've been helping us out. We're a bit light on the ground today. Great that we've got some good staff here and that, but you know, we have Rotorua councillors and Taronga councillors coming over because they're interested in finding out what's going on in the Eastern Bay. But you know, I'm also conscious of the fact that we don't have a lot of numbers here in the Eastern Bay, and that's one thing we've always battled with. Squeaky wheel gets the most grease, and we've got to be up there speaking on behalf of the Eastern Bay all the way. But I hope I've answered you. But yeah, we're here to stand. Me personally, because I've got an interest in it. There's three new mayors in the area, or 3 mayors in the area that I'm committed to, and I'll stay committed until I'm kicked out or have an unfortunate accident coming into town or something.
Fall off your bike.
Fall off my bike.
Happy days, yes.
Yeah, but yeah, that's where I am anyway, and I don't know, my colleagues might want to add to that. So.
Thank you, Malcolm. Sarah?
Through you, Madam Chair. I want to speak to the aspects of your question, which were, to me, it sounded like you're asking us what do we think are the issues and what do we think are the threats. So I just want to speak to those, and I also want to tell you about the evolution of my thinking. So when I stood for the Regional Council, I stood on the basis that I think local government reform is absolutely needed across New Zealand because we've created a hungry animal that our communities can no longer afford. I stood for environmental values really, really strongly, and I stood for community and Māori voices. These are the 3 things that we now see are under threat with all of the reforms. So I think the biggest threat, and I want to talk more about the whole of the Eastern Bay, not just the Whakatane district, but the biggest threat I see is that we may be sectioned off into a unitary authority. We may be forced down that pathway through the actions of the other councils and through the disunity that is now emerging across the region. So the opportunity is to keep pushing for unity with those other districts, but we're seeing a jostle and a jockey, and you all know what I'm alluding to. As a regional council, we need to stay alongside all of you as these discussions and ideas and options emerge. And I encourage us all to lean into this really, really uncomfortable space where we don't necessarily all agree, but we may find a united solution as a result of pushing through these really uncomfortable discussions, which may at times pit us against each other, but we need to keep looking at a whole Bay of Plenty wide solution, not this group factioning off, that group factioning off, because the big threat is what happens to that investment. At the moment, it is set up for all of our benefit. It is regionalised, and if through that long-term plan change that we are proposing and gathering your feedback on, we secure regional benefit for the very long term, that is removal of one of the threats. Because if that investment gets divvied up and perhaps we get a proportion that is relevant or related to our population, that is a massive threat. We have the biggest land area and the smallest population, and so this will be a really, really inequitable outcome. So those are the things that are circling around in my head about what are the issues, what are the threats, but more importantly, what do we need to do? So Regional Council will stay alongside all of the TLAs as we work through these conversations. We're not going to be sitting in any factions, or we will be working toward unity with everybody. So yeah, relationships are the most important thing for us right now, listening, uncomfortable conversations. So kia ora.
Thank you, Sue.
Through you, Chair. The electorate made a really big change happen in the regional council, like to have that sort of radical change, and it was a particular, almost a faction that was shifted out and a new way of thinking that was moved in, because our community decided they needed different thinking, and crikey, they got it with all of us. Malcolm talked about the squeaky wheel. We three are the squeakiest of wheels, and
No doubt.
and what has been really interesting is that we have had this engagement, as Malcolm said, this engagement of those city-based councillors coming out with us into the region and engaging and wanting to understand the issues. It's never happened before, and it's the thing that we out here in the regions, we say this all the time. City people have got no connection to what the reality of our life is like. Well, these guys actually want to know. They are so curious, and they know there are problems. They want to understand them. So that in itself is a massive change. Change is inevitable, but the lack of engagement in what is an incredibly complex process that the government has taken us on, they will say that is agreement from the community that they're happy with their proposed changes. And it's because most people actually don't have a clue of what those proposed changes are or what the implications are. That to me is that there's this big risk in my brain. My risk alarm is going off that democracy be damned, and that's how it feels like democracy actually doesn't matter, and the voice of people doesn't matter, and so there's a much bigger issue at play there, I think. Unity amongst all of us is what saves the day. But one of the things that came out of, so Sarah and I were down at the Coast Community Board on Tuesday, and they talked at Te Kaha, and they talked about us at the Regional Council not looking after the roads properly and doing a terrible job of water, and there was a real lack of understanding of actually what the job of the Regional Council is and what the job of the council is. And so that was fascinating. So that is a job that none of us are doing well enough. We're not actually, councils don't do a good job of letting the community know what we do and how we do it and why we do it. And so that's my challenge out to all of us, to us at the regional, you guys here at the district, is that we actually need to do a better job of telling our stories. And Facebook isn't enough because a lot of people aren't on Facebook. And we've become so reliant on social media as the way that we transmit knowledge, and actually it's not reliable for getting the message out. And of course, my last thing is that we have dodged a few bullets in our region lately in terms of the weather. We are not going to keep on dodging those bullets, and we're overdue for an event. And it will come, and I feel like there's a lot of complacency in the community because we've been bypassed so often lately, and that just people go, it's not going to get us. Remember last time they said it was going to rain and it didn't. So I just feel like we need to be constantly reminding our community that just because it didn't get us last time won't mean that it won't next time. So, and that's all I have to say about that. Does that answer your question, Nandor?
I think they were three really helpful comments.
Right, well, thank you. No further questions from the table. Thank you very much for answering our questions, presenting your plans for the annual and the long-term plan, requesting our submission, and some good submission points were brought up for today. And also that last part for your insights and for representing us so well. Squeaky wheels bring it on. And we know what the reality is across the other side of the district. And you're quite right, Sarah, it's not a them or a us, it's an and, because otherwise change will be further enforced upon us. So thank you very much for taking the time today, giving us a lot to think about. We've got a couple of little quick items, and then before we break for morning tea, if you're happy to wait, we'd love to have you join us. If not, thank you for your time at this point. Yeah.
Thank you so much for having us here.
Okay, just a point out of order. I did actually neglect to address item number 4, which was conflicts of interest with today's agenda. Do we have any conflicts of interest for members? No, thank you very much. Noted. And I also wanted to also welcome Petra Latoli, who is our independent finance, performance and risk member. My apologies, Petra, from earlier. And also just to address that the gentleman sitting with me at the top of the table today is our Chief Financial Officer, Paul. And he's normally sitting down the back end, but he's here at the top table today, so welcome to Paul. Now we're going to move to the separate agenda item of action items from the last risk and assurance meeting and the last finance and performance meeting. And I think for councillors, you were emailed a separate additional actions table. And if you've opened it up, and you can see that there were 3 from the finance and performance meeting and 3 from the previous risk and assurance meeting. Councillors all have that up on their screens. And so for new members, as we have meetings, often we're requesting actions or further information. That's what gets brought forward into this section here. So we've got the 3 items of the enterprise risk, internal audit report queries from the finance and performance meeting from the 4th of August and the 27th of March. Any question from members on those ones there? About emergency management powers and so if you go to your Stella and you've got your agenda, on the agenda there's only the one item, which is the airport annual reports, but then there's another tabled item.
Is that different completed actions?
Yes, that's right. Yes, comment. Yes, thank you, Councillor Boynton.
It was just a comment to say, well done on the completed actions. But also too, this is it's good that we've got this kind of tracking tool for us so that we're keeping up from what's happened before. So I just want to congratulate the staff on the completed actions. Thank you.
Any other questions from members? No? Don't move or second for that? No, well, thank you very much, members, and that brings us to our break time. So we're a few minutes early, which is fantastic. So we'll, considering we've got guests for morning tea this morning, we'll come back at 10:30. Thank you. Thank you and welcome back, everybody. Some very enthusiastic discussions happening with our regional councillors over the morning tea break. So we're now moving on to item 7.1 of the agenda, the Health, Safety and Wellbeing Report. This report will be facilitated by Emlyn and or Dickie. Welcome to the table, Dickie.
Thanks. Chair and councillors, we'll take the report as read. You'll see the two main items are an update on our BAU health and safety and an update on the Whakaora health and safety reset project. But we'll have to take questions.
Just one moment, Emlyn. James. Okay, any questions in regards to the report, councillors? Councillor Hamill, thank you.
Could you just give a couple of sentences about what the Whakaora project is, please?
So we carried out an audit on our health and safety management system, part of a reset, which identified the need for some additional resource, and it also helped us identify our priorities across the organisation around governance. The top three priorities around governance, around role responsibilities, contractor management and risk management. It's about a 3-year project, so we're about a year into that. We've ticked off the first two priorities. Anything else, Dickie, you'd add?
It's just about kia ora. Morning, everyone. It's about focusing on the top priorities that they established for the council, and it's about contractor management, risk management, and critical risk management. So building blocks on those, and that's what we are working on. So as Emlyn said, it's a process, and it will take maybe another year to complete, to get all those building blocks in place.
Mutanchos.
Thank you for this report. And it's good for us to have eyes over this. This is really important stuff. My question is around, there's a graph, item 2 on page 13 of the agenda, talking about the top 5 departments reporting events. And the first question was, so aquatics, customer services, and then it has aquatics and recreation, whakatane, and which is where the biggest number are. I was just wanting to be clear what the distinction is between those two departments.
Correct. The first one would probably be the reception part and what the challenges are there, and the second one would be like at the aquatics, at the swimming pool itself, and events there.
So the actual kind of lifeguards and trainers and stuff like that.
That's it, yes. And the gym area.
You tend to find the customer services as customer conflict,
Yes.
whereas the aquatics team is more slips, trips and falls around the pool area.
Right, okay, yeah. Because I was wanting to dig, because when we looked at the events categories, customer conflict, criminal activity, vandalism were the main things being reported. But in the aquatics and recreation, it's more like slips, is what you're saying?
Yes, but we do also have a lot of events at the pool, which would be little incidents and I suppose conflict as well at the pools.
Yeah.
But yes, mostly slips and trips, and it's mostly
Okay.
during school holidays, and there's a lot of foot traffic there. That's where the most things are happening.
We've also started to see a lot more vandalism in the car park, aquatic centre.
Right.
So
Theft
vandalism,
from
break-ins.
cars, vandalism, that sort of thing.
Because I remember when we visited, there was a bit of talk about that increasing incidents around the car park. And could you just remind me what we're doing to address that issue?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Tantros. We this week have actually carried out a CEPTED review with an accredited assessor, so that's crime prevention through environmental design, to see if there is anything that we can do in terms of layout or design function that might reduce that kind of crime corridor that we see through there. That work is also forming part of the wider Exmouth Recreation
Yeah.
Hub project
Yeah.
because of the full precinct and the aquatic centre being very central
Yeah.
to that hub.
Yeah. So that'll form part of that thinking as well?
Yes,
Yeah,
yeah, so we were awaiting the report back.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for those comments. We've got Councillor Boynton, then Councillor Dennis.
Thank you for your mahi and your report. Mine was just around 4.8 on page 16, the Wellbeing quarterly update, and how the employee assistance program has less people accessing it. I wanted to know whether that was due to a reduction in staff members. Would that impact those numbers going down?
It's probably just more to do with the time of year, to be honest, for that quarter. The number hovers around where it is currently. We don't see any trends in it at all.
Councillor Dennis.
Thank you. On page 15, you've got a table there of staff training, and I see on the workplace first aid one, you've had 18 for that quarter. So if you average that over a year, that'd be 72 people a year, or 140 every 2 years, and first aid things only last 2 years, so that would appear that half our staff are out on their workplace first aid.
I can answer that through the chair. So every 2 years would be a refresher training, and we have staff movement. So in each different area, we need a certain amount of people trained in first aid. So we're just upkeeping that.
Yeah, correct.
Yes.
But if you go beyond 2 years, you need to do a full first aid course again. So it would appear that a lot of our staff aren't keeping up with their refresher every 2 years, if you're only doing 144 over 2 years.
It might appear, but I think we are doing that and booking that. I'll look into that if that is it. But we have it ongoing all the time, booking these refreshers and training. Good point.
It'd be interesting for you to get back to me on that, please.
Thank you, Councillor Dennis. We've got Member Lucioli.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a question that slightly covers both this report and one of the later ones, but it's prompted by the graph on page 14, and particularly that number around customer conflict, which is around what the council does about psychosocial risk. Which is an area that WorkSafe in particular are very much focusing on now. Now, I know that in one of the later reports there is a reference to you tracking the EAP numbers as one means of tracking psychosocial risk. But I'm just wondering whether there are any other measures that you're specifically putting in place, and whether it's documented that that's a specific risk that you're focusing on.
Through the chair, we are through vault reporting and the incidents that's happening around that, and we capture it around that. And if it's like spiking that we are seeing, we know where our focus points are, and where we probably need training and psychosocial, so we do address it like that.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Dennis.
Thank you. If we go to page 19, you've got that graph with the colours and all that sort of stuff on the right. If you go to the third bracket and fourth bracket, which are orange, in the top one it said 100% of the health and safety team have completed investigation training, been assessed as being competent. And it's the same with the next bracket down, 100% of corrective actions have been identified and been closed out within 30 days. So if 100% of those, why is it still orange and not green? Or are you saying we haven't got 100% of them that have done it?
Madam Chair, some of those might be in progress and not finished yet. So it comes on later, so it's been there, so we're still working on that and addressing that. That's why it might look like that.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've also got a question just on behalf of Councillor O'Brien, who's just needed to step out for a few moments. On page 16 with the drug testing, great to see that those were all negative. Do our contractors also be included in our random drug testing?
No, Madam Chair, they're not. So we do not test our contractors. They do it on their own, and if there's any reason, we would speak to them, and they will then conduct their own testing.
Right, so do we moderate that the contractors are doing random drug testing, or it's not a requirement of them being a she council contractor?
So I can address that as well. So in pre-qualification, part of the question is, do you have a drug and alcohol testing policy in place? And yes or no, then if yes, great. No, then why not is the question. And yeah, that's how we address it in pre-quals. But it is part of she and TICA qualifications.
All right, thank you. Me Tantos.
Well, supplementary on that, the question's really about why you would rather than why you would not, because drug testing doesn't test impairment. And there's no evidence that leads to workplace safety. This is a constant thing I've raised in this council.
Yeah.
So my question really is, if we do drug testing and someone tests positive, what do we do to ensure that we're actually picking up impairment rather than recreational use in their own time on the weekend?
I think that, Madam Chair, and Andor, the testing is a swipe test, because it's and that's impairment, and we can do that like in the last 24 hours maybe. And if that should be a positive, then there's more testing to happen after that. The only reason we really keep on doing it is good practice, and to just, if there is an impairment, to pick it up before they go and do the work.
So I didn't catch that last bit. So the reason you do it is why?
It's just impairment, to detect that in a swipe test, so it's an oral test.
Right. So you're saying that it tests impairment rather than simply the presence of metabolites?
Yes, that is what it does. It's my understanding.
Okay.
Could I?
Yeah, sorry, could either of you just explain a little bit more about what the impairment and the metabolites? Or
Well, my point is that drug testing, as I understand it, tests for the presence of metabolites of cannabis. They can be present in the body for quite some period of time, well past impairment. So potentially someone could have a joint on a Friday night after work and still test positive the following week. And so my question is, what are we doing to make, if we're doing random drug testing, what are we doing to ensure that we're actually testing for impairment, not simply policing people's personal lives?
Through your chair.
Yes, thank you.
So this is just part of the random drug testing, just part of our drug and alcohol policy. So as an example, Dickie's colleague Chris spends around 80% of his week out on site at toolbox meetings, talking to people leaders about noticing for signs of impairment, particularly around things like new parents that are sleep deprived. It is part of an ongoing conversation. There isn't a lot of science behind it. It's just making sure that people leaders are being really observant. We've also had instances lately where people might be going through relationship breakdowns and just being mindful that they might be impaired for other reasons. So it's just part of a suite. I would also like to inform the committee our drug and alcohol policy is due for review, and we are actively looking at other options around testing for impairment.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Emlyn, for explaining that. Councillor
Just
Boynton.
supplementary to that, so that's good to hear that there's that.
The microphone close.
And thank you for that. And just supplementary, it was just an inquiry whether or not alcohol is also tested as part of impairment.
Correct, that is yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. On another matter, so there's two items where on page 18, critical risk control groups expected to be established in February, and then there's a contract and management policy that's been approved by the project, expected to be presented to ELT in February. I was just wondering if those have happened. Cool.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yes, that's happened.
All right. Thank you. Any further questions from committee members? Yes, Emlyn.
Could I just possibly add a response to the impairment question? I just wanted to give you an example of a staff member. It was around a year ago that they were selected for random drug testing. They declined to test, but it said that they probably would be impaired if they would have produced a non-negative. A drug and alcohol,
they would be impaired, or they would test positive?
They would. Non-negative is the phrase. It's not positive.
Okay.
They outlined the scenario that they were going through. Our drug and alcohol policy enables us to work with that staff member through rehabilitation or whatever counselling they need. 2 weeks later, they resat a test and they were fine. So I just want to let you know that actually this is part of a process. It isn't, if someone produces a non-negative, it is an instant dismissal. Our staff are members of the community. Employment's important to them. So very often, if we identify an issue, we'll work with them as much as we can to ensure that employment is retained where we can.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that, Emlyn. Any further questions? Right, if there are no further questions, I'll call for a mover and a seconder. James, Councillor James, and Member Lucioli. And that is that the Finance, Performance and Risk Committee received the Health, Safety and Wellbeing report for quarter 2 of 2025-26. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dickie. And now we're on page 21 of the agenda, 7.2, the Enterprise Risk Replacement Project. And Emlyn, we have you and perhaps, I saw Laura online earlier, but yourself. And Brian. Welcome, Brian, to the table.
Shall I start? Yeah. I think
Laura's just on her way.
Oh, she is.
Oh, here she is.
Oh, welcome, Laura.
Kia ora koutou.
Right, we're in neither your or Brian's hands, Laura.
Oh, great.
Or Brian.
One moment.
We have the presentation on screen.
Yeah, I'll start, Laura, if you like.
Sure.
Can I click this? Maybe not. Susan, can you click it?
Not changing. Here we go.
There we go.
Yeah. Yes, good morning, everyone. Yeah, we're here to give an update. We have got a report, and we'll take that as read, but we did want to just walk you through our presentation this morning. I won't focus too much on all these dates. I guess the important ones, just to remind you, business case was approved in December 2024. We started in earnest on the CRM project in May 2025. And I think actually it was August last year when we updated you last on this, and we were in the middle of the CRM project. Yep, so CRM's the customer relationship management. That went live in November 2025, so last year. There were two main modules. The first one was service requests, all our service requests that come through customer services. That was implemented. They're all going through Datascape now. The other part of the CRM was around contacts. All our contacts are now being updated in Datascape. We also went live with the Antenno app, which is an app that allows you to report problems through your mobile phone. We did a soft launch of that with staff in December last year, I think it was, maybe November. So we've done a soft launch. We are working with our communication and engagement team on a launch of that with the public, but there has been some discussion in Datacom around rebranding Antenno, and so we're just waiting to see what that actually looks like before doing a public campaign. We should get that information shortly. There were two other
question,
parts.
if you don't mind, Brian.
Yes.
Just in terms of the service requests, so I've got two questions. One was initially when the request for service came in and staff marked it as completed. For those that went off to an independent contractor or an outside service, we marked it as completed, but the resident didn't consider it completed. Has this kind of fixed that loop that was broken?
I will have to come back to you on that. I believe so, but I would need to check with the manager of customer services on that.
Okay, great. And the second thing is we talk about requests for service, but on our website we have the words fix it and or complaint. Are we going to change our terminology?
Yes.
Yeah, I suspect we would. We're working with our communication.
So
engagement.
the live Datascape module where customers will be able to have their own identity online. In effect, they'll have their own council account online. Once that goes live in July, then we'll have the ability to standardise all the language around it.
All right, lovely, thank you.
And we'll be doing that.
Carry on, Brian. Yeah.
Thank you. There's two components at the end there. One is RAM, which is for our transport team. We're still working on the integration with that product. And the other is the Fieldwork app, which we are currently retesting. So we would hope to go live at some point shortly with that. Finance, property and rates. I do just want to make an apology. I think in the agenda it said September 2026 for the first point. It's actually 2025, obviously. So apologies for that. Finance, property and rates is our second project in the programme of work. We are due to go live in July 2026. This project covers all our financial management, including rates and water billing, so it is complex. There are a lot of integrations with other systems, which just by its own nature creates complexity. There are 3 items leading to the current status, which you'll see at the bottom there, and we'll cover those now. Yeah.
We can't hear you, Laura. Sorry.
Sorry, everyone. Thanks, Brian. These are 3 key challenges we've been working through with Datacom. The first of these relates to the new DIA 3 waters requirements. So Datascape's standard solution that they had for us late last year didn't allow us to meet these DIA requirements. So we asked them, along with Western Bay, to go away and consider adapting their standard system to meet these requirements, and we're really pleased to see their proof of concept at the end of January. So we're pleased for a couple of reasons. One, that's at no cost to us because it's a standard requirement for councils, and 2, the finance team were really pleased with what the proof of concept could do. So very simply, it means instead of having one WDC entity, we would have 4, one for WDC and one for each of the waters. So we're really pleased to see that taking shape. It is quite late in the process to be seeing a design decision in late January, when they should essentially finish building it for us at the end of February, but we're comfortable that that is progressing well. The second of these, Brian just alluded to, we have 18 integrations for the finance, property and rates project. They vary in complexity. Some simple things like just standard import, what they call import wizards, which we can control and build ourselves. But of particular note is WDC's planning and budgeting tool that we know as MyBI. So we need to adapt the current MyBI tool to use Datascape data instead of Ozone data. And to do that, we need to call on another vendor. So we need to establish, and we have established, another project. And we're working with Fusion 5, who is the MyBI vendor, to make sure that our Datascape data goes through our data warehouse and into MyBI. So this integration is key not only to our daily business processes from July on, but also our LTP budgeting that will kick off in late August, September. So this is a complex piece of work. It's a dependency. I'm pleased to say that the contract has been finalised and the project plan for that MyBI integration is taking shape, but it is something that we need to monitor very closely. And then in the third bullet point, as you would have read in the contract management section of the council report, WDC has formally communicated concerns in relation to Datacom's capacity and capability via a formalised performance notice that we issued in February 2026, earlier this month. Sorry, we're still in February. Just to align expectations and contractual obligations. So this performance notice wasn't about seeking or laying the groundwork for termination or anything like that. It was around trying to formalise our partnership and outline what they are contractually obliged and committed to us. So Datacom have since confirmed some changes and we're expecting to see some improvements in the next few months in this space.
Thank you, Laura. I have a question. So has the Datacom resourcing challenge contributed to our bit of an overrun of the 316,000?
No.
So that was... Beg your pardon?
The only thing that's contributed to is some delays in the schedule. So that 316,000 is part of the $500,000 difference between what the business case proposed that the implementation would cost and what was in the LTP.
Okay. All right, thank you. Councillor Boynton has a question.
Yes, it was just supplementary really because I was going to ask the same thing. But with the delay in the regulatory phase, are we going to then also see extra costs there because of that delay with that particular phase?
So I think that's probably a reasonable, if you could just flick to the next slide, please, Susan, with the timeline, I think that might support this discussion and the question. The regulatory, so at the moment we are revising the timeline, particularly for the purple box there, the regulatory project. And the reason for postponing the commencement of that was really to give our finance, property and rates project the best chance of success with the July go live. We wanted to remove anything that would distract us from that July commitment. So at the moment, the program timeline has us going through until May 2027. And that's certainly something that is achievable depending on how we resource the regulatory projects. So at this point in time, you will have seen on the latter slide in the budget section that we talk about the forecast being 316,000 gap. But at this point in time in the annual plan process, our PSG has recommended that we leave it at 500,000 because of that need to revise the regulatory timeline. So there is a possibility it could extend into the next LTP depending on how we choose to deliver those regulatory projects.
Thank you, and I suppose it's obvious. I was going to ask about how that's going to work with it rolling into the thing, but you've explained. Thank you.
Thanks, Laura. Please continue.
I think we probably talked through anything else I was going to say on the timeline slide. In the report, the two differing timelines, one thing that we're working through at the moment is the complexity around a phased go live. And what I mean by that in relation to finance, property and rates in particular is that from July, the intention is all our finance processes will be in Datascape, but we will still have regulatory invoices and processes taking place in Ozone. And so what we need to work through is a syncing between the systems of information between Ozone and Datascape, and it's quite complex to work through. So what we don't want to do in the regulatory project is create more complexity. So the original timeline had us breaking regulatory into sort of 4 sub-projects, and we're now looking at trying to combine those and just understanding what those impacts mean, both for our regulatory teams, our project team, and vendor resourcing. So that That's in relation to the implementation delays. I guess it's an obvious question is what happens if we don't make 1 July? What we know is that there'd be some significant reconciliation processes that we'd want to avoid. We know that there are 2 councils targeting a July 2026 go live who actually intended to be in this position last year and going live in July 2025. But made a relatively late decision to postpone by 12 months, and we certainly don't want to be in that position. In relation to the resourcing bullet point there, aside from the Datacom resourcing challenges that we've already mentioned, I think something to highlight here is Whakatani's genuine commitment to backfilling. Our subject matter experts have been key to our success so far. And particularly to the CRM project being delivered on time and on budget. So I think in a previous briefing, we might have had Cass Richards along, the customer services manager who talked to the CRM project, and she was dedicated 0.5. Similarly, we've got Nairi Caird, Whakatani's systems accountant, who is working with the project on a full-time basis, and her knowledge of finance systems and business processes and also her relationships are just key and critical to the fact that we are where we are in terms of our preparation at council. So the engagement of the wider finance team has also been excellent. Just last week we had Datacom on site giving our members of our finance team a first round of training, which was quite exciting, seeing our data in our new system. I think we've talked probably to the integrations and the complexity and the variety of those, so I won't go on any more there. In relation to data migration, it's progressing well. To give you a sense of scale though, our CRM project dealt with 1 set of data, and that was contacts data. Our finance, property and rates project is dealing with more than 12. And it is complex data. It's not just the process of getting it in there, it's checking it once it's in there and cleaning it. So we aim to do that a few times before we go live. And so not only are our finance and rates teams testing the system and making sure it works, but they're also looking at the data. So we're asking a lot of our people in terms of getting ready. And finally, change management, the last bullet there, we've got a dedicated work stream being led by Estelle Reid that's focusing on impacted people rather, and making sure we're engaging with the right people at the right times. And I think our CRM project track record talks to the fact that we're getting this right. That said, it's not a rinse and repeat for finance, property and rates as a project. The impacts are different and the people are different. So we're taking the learnings that we got from CRM and adopting and changing those as we need to for the finance, property and rates project. Okay. Emily, are you happy to talk to these or would you like me to?
I'd love you too, Laura.
Okay. There's nothing new on this slide that we haven't already talked about today, but so you'll see there that our business case, which really reflects, you know, the next level of detailed planning from what went into the LTP, and we knew at the time that we were about $500,000 out, and council resolved to address that through the annual plan process, and that's exactly what we're doing. So our current forecast puts us in a slightly better off position than where the business case predicted, but like we just alluded to, the impact of the postponement of the regulatory project means that although we think we're in a slightly better position, we really do need to keep that that additional funding in the annual plan to account for the revision to the timeline that will need to occur to get those regulatory modules in. So we think we're where we plan to be, and through the annual plan we've looked at rephasing the majority of the spend to next financial year and retaining that additional $500,000 budget gap. Any questions?
Any questions from the floor? No, yes, we have. Member Lucioli.
Thank you. It's really just referring back to the annual audit last year, and my recollection that there were a number of recommendations from the audit last year that were dependent, implementing those recommendations were dependent on the delivery of this project. And I just wanted to check, the postponement of the regulatory project, has that had any impact on our ability to respond to those outstanding audit queries?
My understanding is no. The audit recommendations I know were front of mind for the finance team when we were going through the design and the configuration of the finance property and rates project. I'm not aware of any that affect the regulatory project, but it's certainly something I can follow up on.
Thank you.
Yes, Emlyn, you've got a
Chair, I
comment?
just wanted to add one last thing. The project is going really well at this stage, and I just want to acknowledge the team. It's a lot of hard work, like really hard work. So, yeah, I just wanted to give a shout out to the team. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emlyn, and thank you, Laura, for your enthusiasm and passion for a very complex project across a lot of the organisation. Right, if we've got no further questions, we've got 3 recommendations on page 21 of the agenda, moved by Councillor Boynton, seconded by Councillor Hamill. That the recommendations are 1, that the Finance Performance and Risk Committee received the Program Enterprise and ERP Replacement Project Update report of February 26, and that the Finance Performance and Risk Committee note that the rephasing of the Long-Term Plan 24-34 approved funding will be addressed through the Annual Plan 26-27 process, and that the Finance Performance and Risk Committee note that the forecast shortfall in the total implementation costs will be addressed through the Annual Plan 26-27 budget process. So we've got a mover and a second. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you very much, Brian and Laura and Emlyn. Right, folks, we now move to page 39 and 7.3, the Risk and Assurance Update Report. And we have Paul, are you leading us through this?
Yes, I am. Apologies. Ingrid's had to go home for a family emergency, so you're stuck with me on this one today. So, working through the risk report for this month, really just to highlight some changes that we've made to the report from what was presented to the previous council. That includes a summary up front in terms of some of the key changes of risks that are occurring, and we've also added in an emerging risks section, which for this report is picking up on just the changes around local government funding and the regulatory environment, as well as wider economic instability. So they are risks that we will continue to track, and we'll incorporate in the register as needed moving forward. There's also some suggestion in the report that we reconsider the strategic risks and, importantly, a risk appetite conversation, which could occur prior to the long-term plan. So we actually have that workshopped prior to then as to establish that risk appetite for council. So with that, I'll take questions.
Councillor Dennis, thank you.
Thank you. On page 39, where it talks about enterprise risk update, the second bullet point, risk 04, talks about the formalisation of Mana Whakahona Rohi agreement with Ngāti Manua. Given the recent announcement by government that they're not going to allow any more, and this is obviously still in the process of being developed, is this one at risk of not being agreed to?
If I may, no, it's not at risk. These mana whakahono will need to be revisited once the RMA reforms are finalised anyway. There is a June deadline on mana whakahono being agreed, so we may have some more, but no is the answer.
So just a supplementary question. So that would be 2 iwi groups that we've done an agreement with. What about all the rest? Because if the government's true to its word and won't allow any more, and they won't have it put through by June, should one of those risks be the fact that the other iwi groups can't have one?
We're actively working with other iwi to get them signed off before June, as well as one hapu. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Boynton.
Oh, just to follow on from that, recently I also attended the RMA workshop with iwi chairs, so the process of the mana whakahono was highlighted to iwi who are well aware of it, and also too that they are able to initiate the process before June this year, then that allows them to also carry on through the process of completing a mana whakahono with council. So they, from what I saw, they were aware of that. Yes, I think I did have another question related to that. Okay. So with our with the risk of regarding Māori relationships, and good to see there about the mana whakahono, but also what steps are being taken, because we are going to be heading into the long-term plan, and how we have our strategic values, which highlights Māori relationships. How best can, what work is being done to strengthen that area so that we alleviate, I guess, some of this risk?
Well, we are reviewing the Māori relationship strategy currently, and that will come before you as well. We have had a sort of internal restructure that sort of reflects what work will be coming over the next few years, basically in response to the reform coming down. We're prioritising our EU engagement leads for their relationships. And I feel it is in a good place, but you raise a really good point about what's coming, not just the reform, but the larger issues that we see in front of us. Point taken.
Thank you, Councillor. I've actually got a question if we go to please page 42, which is our program of work for the coming year. I just note that next to the word insurance, there's no date review or no update. And in March 25 last year, we received quite an extensive insurance analysis of what we've got, what we're covered for. We had a presentation from one of the key insurers, and I'd just like us to see if we can program something in later in the year for councillors to receive that insurance renewal and upgrade report.
Yeah, apologies, that should be on there. It actually will be to the next meeting. It's being worked on as we speak.
All right, great, thank you very much. And then I was just wondering, I have actually had a communication with the CFO already about this. When we go down further into the report to have a look at our different risk types, while it's really extensive in there and we've got some really good measures and monitoring occurring, at the front end of the report, it doesn't actually identify our kind of 11 key risks. And so we're just going to probably have a little bit of a play with some sort of table that you can just see at a glance what our risk types are, with a 1 or 2 sentence liner before we go down there. And I was just wondering if the CFA could please, on page 44, we just go and have a look at treatments and controls, and if you can just perhaps step us through this through the new councillors and then go to one of the examples of how we're doing it.
Sure.
Oh, thank you.
So just in terms of how we manage our risk, we start with what is termed an inherent risk effectively. We then look to actually apply controls to come up with the residual risk. So as it says in the report there, a treatment is something that reduces the inherent risk either through likelihood and consequence. So the really important column to look at through the register is what that residual risk is remaining after those controls have been applied, because that's in the event, for example, that we have a risk that's high or extreme and it's not mitigated, then that is really the ones that we need to focus on in terms of ensuring that we do put risk mitigations in place and that's a regular process that happens with each general manager, each review effectively, is to understand inherent risk, the controls, and then the effectiveness of those controls to actually bring down the residual risk. So that's the ongoing process that happens within the risk register.
Thank you. And if we just go to page 45, just as an example of how we're looking at not achieving delivery, looking at the risks and the colour coding, the heat map, and then going down to have a look at 1.1 and 1.2. This is just more for the benefit of the new councillors. It's just demonstrating what we've got, what's coming, and what we might project forward into the future. And it's quite a detailed read, but it's a good read because it lets you understand what our risk profile and expectation and mitigation is. And if a request from general managers for future reports is when there is something new in that middle or that third column, if it's possible that it could be like colour-coded in blue or something else, so our eyes can go straight to it, so we don't have to read the first column. Does that make sort of logical sense?
Yeah, absolutely. And if any of those are significant, we'll bring that into the cover report as well, so that it's really clear what the changes are.
And just one further question for you, Paul, with your experience with different councils, is what we have here, is this a good representation of our risk and mitigation or any areas for improvement?
I think it is. It's actually, it is a good comprehensive document. I think and I'd say this probably to a lot of councils, is the real next step is actually taking the register into risk governance and management and how we work through risk appetite conversations to bring it alive to some degree. So I think it's a very good platform to work from.
Thank you. And if I can just go back to your comment earlier about at what point would we test the councillors or the governance team's risk appetite, how do we assess what that risk appetite might be?
That's a great question, and there's a number of ways that we can do it. One, just in terms of timing, I would suggest before we enter into the long-term plan in earnest, it's a good conversation because it will actually set how we develop some of that planning. In terms of how it is done, one way, for example, is to do what's called deep dives into various risks to really understand. Because I think that where the value is making it quite real and practical in terms of what it means for WDC. So diving into some of those risks, whether it be cyber or health and safety, just to actually really understand those risks at that level, that will actually bring out the risk appetite conversation.
Right, thank you. Yes, Councillor Poynton.
So would that be, looking at what our risk measurement would be, like if we did that deep dive and we went there, that when we looked at different categories, that we would then sort of settle on what is satisfactory for us in terms of our risk appetite for those particular areas?
Yeah, I think one thing I'd say, it's more of an art than a science.
Okay.
And often there's trade-offs involved. So if I use the example of cyber security, you can spend an awful lot of money on cyber security and probably still not mitigate your risk. And it's at what level is acceptable. And do we accept the fact that there is some risk because it's just too expensive for us to be able to actually mitigate all that risk. So we'll probably be sick of the word priorities over the next 12 months when we move through the LTP, but the long-term plan. But that again is another priority conversation about risk appetite will actually help us assess those priorities.
No further points of clarification? Yes.
Are we able to ask questions about individual risk areas, or is that something we'll do?
No, that's fine, yes.
Okay, just a question for probably Emlyn on the
Page number.
risk 3, which is page 48, I believe. Just interested in the inability to attract, sustain, engage and develop our staff capability. Obviously, we have had a constrained labour market, and I wondered whether that's changed of late, the last 12 months or so, with our unemployment becoming higher. Do you want to talk a bit about, is that still accurate, that it's challenging to attract high calibre candidates, or is that still ring true?
Through you, Chair, it's very dependent on the role, but there's a number of roles that it's very hard to fill. But what we are seeing for some of our entry-level roles is that we're getting a huge number of applicants. So customer services, admin coordinator roles, sometimes we're getting over 100 applicants, whereas we used to get 20. But certainly we've had some roles of late around 3 orders, ops managers, climate change, roles like that, we're finding very hard to attract people.
No further questions or clarification? Yes, Councillor Boynton.
For risk number 4, impaired Māori relationships in the table, can you just clarify?
Page number, sorry, Councillor.
Oh, sorry, okay. 49. Can you just clarify what the unanticipated costs of $1 million refers to in terms of the risk?
We might have to come back to you on that one.
Yeah, so I have to come back to you on that, Councillor Boynton. Apologies.
What was just the action to follow up on, Tony? Can you just say that again?
It was just an action I just queried that in that risk table regarding to Māori relationships, it had unanticipated $1 million costs. So I wanted to query what that related to. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Hamill.
Thank you. Another supplementary for Emlyn. The remuneration project, can you explain what that is for us new councillors, please?
Through you, Chair. It's so for our last 4 organisation surveys, we've had some strong feedback around transparency and visibility and understanding of how remuneration, how our pay works here. So we established a project to effectively put a bit more structure around our pay system. So that might be things like which data do we use, what is an appropriate level to enter the organisation, what does performance look like. The key with remuneration is whatever system you use, whether it's the most simple or complicated, staff have to understand how pay works here. So we've got to the stage where with a group of staff, an advisory group and a steering group, we've got some principles that we're about to talk to the organisation about. We're very clear, it's key messages. This doesn't mean everyone gets a pay rise. This is about understanding how pay works here and what people can expect. Again, it's another one that's probably been on the books for, 10, 12 years maybe. So it's been led by Michelle Trudgeon, who's the HR manager. And we're hopeful to bring that to a conclusion by July.
Supplementary. So what are the measurable outcomes from that project?
That would be so that people understand why they get paid what they're paid, and how their pay could change. What data that we'll use to set pay levels, which is there are a number of different models that we can use. So it's about giving staff certainty about, how they get paid what they get paid.
You're right, Councillor Hamill? Right, thank you. Any further questions from committee members? If not, thank you, Emlyn. We'll put the motion of that the Finance, Performance and Risk Committee receive the Risk and Assurance Update Report. Do I have a mover, please? Councillor Boynton, second to Councillor James. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you very much. No debate required. Right, so now we move to page 74 and item 7.4 of the agenda, long-term non-financial performance reporting. And we have Thera and Sarah to the table to discuss this. Thank you. Sarah, Alice and Sarah Stewart, isn't it?
Morena koutou. I'm presenting the paper on behalf of our report writer this morning, so I will take you through that now. So the report focuses on our long-term plan measures, and we identify primarily what is not met or at risk of not being met. Previously, Council has received separate reporting on non-financial performance measures and the 6-monthly resident satisfaction survey. This quarter, these have been brought together with the resident satisfaction survey holding 16 of the LTP measures. So we've brought that into the one cover report and associated appendices. So from the 40 measures listed in Appendix 1, 33 are on track to being achieved, 5 are at risk, and 2 are known not to have met target. This relates to the water supply. However, it should be noted that the DIA measures have changed for that, and Appendix 2 is really used as the primary reporting for water. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. As mentioned, this report also tracks against our 16 LTP measures within the resident satisfaction survey. So just to highlight, 3 are on track to being met, 7 are tracking below the target but within the margin of error, and 6 are tracking below the set target. And management comments have been included in the cover report for those. We also note that the transition to Datascape, some data is unavailable for Q2, and we will bring this to you in the future. I will now pass back to the Chair for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Any questions from members on the details of the non-financials and the 3 appendices? Just one comment from myself about the appendices is that this was difficult to read on screen, being Appendix 1, and it was even more difficult to read on an A3. So I'm just wondering, is there another way that's more user-friendly that we can absorb this information?
Yes, that's a great question, and thank you. So the team have actually been working on an improved way to report and a consolidated reporting model that we would like to bring to you. And part of that was increasing readability of that into a different format of the table. So we completely acknowledge that and have identified that. So moving forward, we will hopefully be able to bring you that new model.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Councillor Hamill?
Thank you. I think we're at page 78. Is that, just check that I'm on the right page of the report to ask questions about?
You can ask questions of anything within the report or the appendices.
Okay, great. Thank you. Perhaps a question for Hone on the amount of waste sent to landfill per person per year, and I see that we are tracking slightly higher than average. Have you got any thoughts about, firstly, 2 questions. Why do we think that's going up? And also, how is it actually measured? Is it averaged at the Tatahi Street, it's just divided by the population, or can you give any detail around that?
I'm going to have to off the bat say I'll come back to you on that. Apologies on the second one.
Councillor Hamill, could you just restate that action for administration, please? Yep.
It would be a question of reasons for our waste going to landfill per capita going up, and how is that measured?
Page 78. Right, Councillor Whitaker.
Thank you. My questions are around building and resource consents, and I see you only surveyed 6 users, and I just wonder if that's a really fair description of people's satisfaction or dissatisfaction. And there's a part there that says people were concerned with potential travel costs. Could you elaborate on that for me, please?
So I can speak through the chair. I can speak to the first part. So in terms of the number of respondents, it is an optional survey, but it is sent to everybody. So that was the number of people that responded. That's my understanding. I don't think David is here today. And yeah, I'm sorry, I would have to come back to you on the second one.
Okay, just a subsequent question.
Just a moment, I'm sorry, councillor. So what was part 2 of your question? It just as the action so we can note it?
Okay.
What was the second part of your question?
Second part of my question is I'm just wondering how consents are actually charged. Are they actually minuted, the time spent on each consent that then comes into the charging of that consent, or is it just a straight charge for a consent?
And was that including travel as well?
Yep.
You asked that?
Yep, that includes travel. Yeah.
I'll just check that. So you're asking about how the consent charges costed or
Yes.
allocated, including travel time for any inspector?
Yeah, whether it's a one-off fee or whether the time that's put into each consent is actually minuted and then charged.
Yeah, that would be a consent team. Please, you got enough for that? Thank you. Did you have another question after
No,
that?
that's all. Thank you.
Councillor Isles.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just on the water supply, the comment there that the water taste scores dropped this quarter, are we talking about Whakatane water in particular? Are we talking about water supplies right across the district?
Through the chair, can I just ask a question? So the water supply, is that related to the satisfaction measure or is that the DIA measure, please, just for
on
clarification?
page 79.
79, thank you. So in terms of that, so this, so the 61.5%, so the result given there comes from the resident satisfaction survey, which is 150 residents surveyed every quarter. This is an anonymous survey. So the management comments provided are what management think could influence that result. So it's not saying that's the reason, but because it's a satisfaction measure. So it's up to that person that's surveyed in terms of how they feel about the water supply. Does that help to answer?
So the survey respondents could be right across the district.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Hamilton and Councillor Boynton.
Thank you. A very basic question, page 80, community facilities and user satisfaction with public toilets. I thought we were doing quite well with our conveniences. So which is the public toilet that might be skewing the result to make it a bit lower?
Good question. I'm not sure. Hone might have something further, but...
Unfortunately, no. I mean, I could guess, but I don't know.
Maybe just a quick, just for my curiosity.
But the person filling out the survey wouldn't indicate which public toilet, would they? I mean, that's very detailed.
I doubt that it would go to that detail.
So they would just
say
public toilet general. But it would just be interesting to find out.
It just has an indication that one public toilet is skewing the result. So.
Thank you for that. Councillor Boynton.
Thank you. Just following along from Councillor Isles asking about water. This isn't regarding the satisfaction one. This is regarding page 89, table 1, and the mandatory water drinking water measurements. And you do have explanations there around which ones are not being met. I just sort of noted that I wanted to know, is it because they are rural communities where there needs to be more work there? Because it seems to highlight our smaller rural communities that have quite a high population of Māori. Majority of them are not meeting the measurement standards for quality water. Is there, I know that's a technical thing, I'm not sure if you're about to answer it or if it's an action that we might want to follow up. Is there specific reasons, or is there work being done there?
I would need to come back to you on that. It is a technical, this is a technical appendix, but we're happy to come back with the answers that you need on that. Yeah.
All right, just one moment. I think we've got Jim coming to the table just to help answer that question.
Kia ora, everybody. For those who don't know, Neil's our in charge of all our water supply, so he 7 days a week, 365 days of the year, so he'll be able to answer the questions there.
Thank you, Jim, and welcome, Neil, to the table.
Thank you.
Kia ora, Neil.
So a lot of those areas that aren't met because of treatment compromisation, sorry, I cannot hear me, I can hear myself, is treatment compromisation. So like at Ruatoki, when we have a fresh in the river, the UV, we then did 2 barriers of treatment there for sustainability for E. coli. So having chlorination as one and ultraviolet light for a second one, when the turbidity rises in the river, the ultraviolet light intensity drops in the flow. We can't guarantee, so that's why we go into a boil water notice. The chlorine itself is one level, and that will sustain killing just about all bacteria we require. It's just the Giardia and Cryptosporidium, which are the bigger size ooze that are in the water. That's what we can't kill. So that's why the ultraviolet light needs to be there. So when we're saying that it's not compliant, it's just one of those factors that are out. Plus, no one wants to drink cloudy, dirty water. So the acoustics of that also needs to be fixed up. We are in the process of doing a lot of work at Ruatoki, a new site for a treatment plant, and we've done a lot of analysing of the turbidity water coming into the site, so we've actually managed to now ascertain what treatment we need to build into that new site, and then we can go ahead with that.
Thank you for that. Just supplementary, when is that work due to start for Rātoki?
We've in the negotiations of getting a site, so we've had good party meetings up there already, and there's some budgeted money for this financial year. We'd like to have it over the line by next year.
Thank you.
Councillor Alves, this is in regards to the same question.
Just a supplementary
Yes.
to that question. So, Neil, what you're saying is we haven't actually relocated the inlet. The inlet stays, or the intake stays where it is. It's just a treatment plant that is new and being constructed.
Correct. So the structure that was built 30 odd years ago, when the river was 200 metres towards the east, the river is now encroached onto that. We've done a lot of rock work around it, a lot of retainer wall around it. We've drilled 7 bores. We spent over $1 million trying to find a better source of water. The volume of water we can get in a lot of the sites is not adequate, and when we do manage to get adequate water, it's high in iron and manganese. So that's another process we'd have to take out of the water before we can drink it. So we're going to stay with our existing site. We're talking with TUT to try and Regional Council to draw the river back over to where its natural path should have been, and then we're going to build the plant and put in the chemical processes that we need to remove the sediment out of the water.
Thank you. So just to clarify, that means with the TUT are doing no further investigations as to an alternative site. We have basically decided we're staying where we are.
We've done the investigation work. TUT are talking with Regional Council to what we're allowed to do with the river bed. They're not assisting us with any sites for drilling, no.
Okay, it was just that I was aware that Patrick McGarvey was investigating another private site, and I just assumed that that was subject to further testing to see if we could remove that source from the river in its entirety, but that is not the case.
No, well, not. We've done some testing, and once again, it's not been satisfactory.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Neil. Member Lucioli.
Thank you, Chair. On page 75, we've got the summary of the resident satisfaction survey. Just for future reports, I wonder, would it be possible for us to have a comparison of the results from this quarter with the last quarter so that we can see some trends and whether things are improving or deteriorating?
Yes, yes, we can do that.
Thank you.
Is that not already noted in Appendix 3, where they have the quarter by quarter comparisons? So, for example, page 94. So that's already noted in there, or is it something different?
No, that's correct. So there is quarter by quarter in Appendix 3, but if that is something that you'd like being brought into the cover report as well, that's also something we can look at.
It would certainly be helpful just to have that summary. Thank you.
Noted.
Thank you.
And can I just add, with our new reporting going forward, it will be easier to see from quarter to quarter how we're tracking as well. So should be better visibility.
Yeah, no, we look forward to seeing how our new digital systems translate into user-friendly information. I have a question, please, about if we go to page 94, just with the Seoul Research Resident Survey, is this a new format that they are going to deliver, or is it only because it's quarter two, it's a bit of a sort of a one-page quick look? Because previous reports from Seoul have looked quite different.
Yes, so in terms of this one, it is different to the annual report, which is, by the annual report, I mean the Resident Satisfaction Survey annual report that they prepare has a lot more information in it. I'm not sure, I would need to check if this looks exactly the same as the Q2 from the last year, but I'm happy to look at that and come back to you.
All right, thank you. Any further questions of clarification from members? If not, I'll put the recommendation that the Finance, Performance and Risk Committee receive the long-term plan non-financial performance report for quarter 2, 25-26. Do I have a mover? Thank you. Councillor Isle, second to Councillor Hamill. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. No debate. Carried. Lovely. Thank you very much, ladies, for stepping in to present that today.
I think you have us for the next one too.
Yeah. All right, so we now move to page 106. 7.5, the organisational performance report for quarter 1 and quarter 2. And just as a preface, I have actually already chatted with the new councillors to let them know that this is only a half time before we change sides to get quarter 3 and 4. So while please ask questions of clarification, I know that when I first came into my first term, I really hammered them at quarter 2. I need to be reminded that some of the results don't come forward properly to be reflected until quarter 4. Yeah. So if you could take us through the report. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you, Chair. So the purpose of this report is to provide the committee with the organisation performance reports for both quarter 1 and quarter 2, and these are attached as appendices to the report. Some key highlights from the past 2 quarters include staff turnover remains steady at 33.5% exiting the organisation in Q2. Our EOC staff availability remains steady, and the business plan is tracking well with only 13% of items behind schedule. As you've touched on, it should be noted that Council has made a transition in our ERP, so we're currently in the process of updating our data capture and reporting processes. You'll note that some of the data in Q1 and Q2 does differ in parts of this report because of that transition, and I'd just like to note and apologise for an error that has been identified on page 136 of the agenda. The graph states it is the top 8 departments to receive service requests, and we table this amendment. Whilst the data in the report is correct, it wasn't reflective of the top 8 departments, and that's the graph that's just been handed to you all now. Thank you, Sarah. And with that, I will pass back to the Chair for any questions. Thank you.
Any questions from members? Councillor Dennis.
It related to the amount of people it related to the amount of people who are accessing the EAP scheme, and it has dropped a little bit. God, I can't find it now. And I was just wondering why that drop is.
Oh, through you, Chair. Sometimes it's just the time of year. People don't access services. Some numbers go up and down slightly, but it's been fairly consistent over the last 3-4 years.
Thank you. You okay with
So
that?
you're more than comfortable that people are relaxed about seeking that help?
All our staff surveys indicate that people feel supported and they're aware of that service.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor James.
Yeah, thanks for this. Just on page 120, I think, 120, the uptake of cyber security. I mean, we all get emailed that little skit every month, but I see that, I mean, it's slowly rising, but we're only up to 58% of the staff doing it at the moment, and that is, are we actually happy with that? Or I would have thought should be more compulsory than 58%.
Through the chair, yes, thanks for the question. Although it was 58% in Q1, it did drop slightly in Q2, which is on page 140, I think. We are doing a number of things at the moment. We have a work program for cybersecurity, which we've developed. That goes through until end of Q2 currently at 2027. It is ongoing. The threat landscape is constantly changing. Yes, we would like the number to be higher, but we are still comfortable at this point. We also do, while we do the training and we encourage everyone to do that, we're also doing other testing as well. And yes, our staff are the human firewall, but it is not the only mechanism we are using for cybersecurity.
Thank you, Councillor James. Councillor Hamill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Page 117. I'm interested in why we had in Q1 a large number of Lagoima requests for that quarter. Is there any particular trend there that we should be aware of?
Through you, Chair. Overall, the last 5 years they're increasing, but there's no particular there's no particular reason for that quarter. You can sometimes in the run-up to an election see an increase, which might be the case this time.
And supplementary, I'm not too sure what page it was, but the second quarter, I don't believe we got 100% of requests processed within 20 days. Is that an issue? Or, I mean, we endeavour to do it at 100%, but does it matter if we don't get to 100%?
Oh, it does matter. The legislation says that we should be replying within 20 working days. There have been a couple of occasions, I think, where we haven't met that 20 working days, but largely it's just been down to confirming with the applicant the exact information that they've required, and they've been late to come back to us. But we've certainly, our Lagoima process is far, far better than it ever was.
Can I ask one more question on that? If a member of the community puts a Lagoima, but it's quite arduous, or shall we say vexatious, and the staff or council staff decline that request or ask for payment, how does that reflected in the stats?
So there's a couple of questions in there. The first thing is if it's more than 2 hours, then we'll advise them that there's a charge for it, and then they'll either say, I'd like to pay the fee, or I'll withdraw the Lagoima. So the 20 working days is only relevant for someone who leaves that Lagoima in. So if they withdraw, then...
Okay.
The other point, the vexatious, just to let you know, it's quite difficult to decline on the grounds that it's vexatious. we have seen over the years where we've had a discussion around it being vexatious, they might slightly change the request or slightly change information or the time period, or we just tend to treat every Lagina request as its own request, but we will advise people if we provided that information previously. The other thing, could I just add, the other thing is recently, you might notice, I think last year, the vast majority of our Lagaimas are online. So if we get a Lagaima that we've previously replied to, we'll draw people's attention to it on our website and say we've provided this previously.
Yes,
Last one on this issue. Have you ever quantified how much staff time this takes?
We haven't, but I am about to.
Yeah, I think it's an important point. Yeah, thank you. Any further questions? Yes, Mayor Tanchos.
Thank you. I'm just looking at page 120 at the Emergency Operations Centre, and it talks about minimum required 33 managers, and we've got 26 currently appointed. And I'm wondering if that is a risk for us and what actions we're taking to address it.
Who was going to reply to? Oh, Lainey. Welcome, Lainey, online. Did you hear the question all right?
Yes, thank you. Morena, Mayor and Council. I'll do my best. Lou Hunt is our Emergency Management Manager, and she's currently on annual leave. I believe the actual Q2 number is 28, but you're right, it is 5 short of what we are technically supposed to have in our roster. There's a few things at play here. One is turnover, and so when we lose managers, when we lose them, they exit the organisation, it takes some time, so there is a lag. We're very conscious of the training pathways within emergency management, and particularly as it becomes more of a priority both for local authorities but kind of at a national level, we are very conscious of the additional burden on our staff of taking these responsibilities on in addition to their BAU duties. So like many of our internal training programs, there tend to be spikes across the year. So sometimes there's a catch-up where if a person within the EOC has a role, say in the planning team, they have to wait some months before they're actually enabled to go and take the next part of the training that would then qualify them as a manager. So part of it is timing, part of it is just general churn of people, part of it is appetite. So we are consciously trying to make membership of the EOC more attractive so that every time a new employee enters the organisation, there's actually an incentive for them to put their hand up to join and then go up through the pathways to be a manager of one of those divisions. We're very conscious of it. The good news is our total numbers in the EOC roster are actually significantly higher than they need to be. So we have a really good pool of people coming through. Sometimes it just takes a bit longer to get them to that management level.
Thank you, and mihi to those who do step up for these roles, because it's a huge commitment and responsibility. So I just want to acknowledge everyone who's put themselves forward. And also to say, when it said pool staff, I was thinking, why is there aquatic centre people in there? And then, yeah, I've got it now.
Thank you, Mayor Tanchos. Any further questions of clarification? Oh, yes, Councillor Dennis.
Page 143, hopefully I'm on the same agenda. You've got a chart on page 143 with a number of dots on it. Can you explain what they represent? Because some things have 1 dot and some things have 6, and it doesn't actually say why we've got so many dots on some and none on the or 1 on the others.
Yes, so the dots refer to milestones in a program of work. So if the growth strategy at the moment, if you take that for an example, just has 1 milestone, and that probably is the development or the consultation of the growth strategy. But if you take the, let's say, the Whakaora establishment project, it has many milestones within that program of works. So that's shown by each of those dots.
Okay, thank you. Of course, the one below that, the ERP program, you've that 1 dot for each group that's coming across, eh? Yep. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dennis. Thank you for going to that page. So I actually forgot that I had a question on that page as well. And it's in regard to the commercial property program with the grey dot of on hold. Now, the commercial property policy program, everything we've been waiting for a long time. Any comment on that, please? Thanks, Lainey.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Emmink, for the question. I was anticipating there might be a question in this area because it is slightly misleading, I'm afraid, and I apologise for that. The commercial property programme, as you will all well know, is quite a large and broad piece of work. The way it's grouped in the business plan includes quite diverse activities. Some of those are to do with the freeholding process that has been discussed and was originally under the leadership of the Commercial Advisory Board, which has now been transitioned to a Strategic Property Advisory Group. But the majority of what you're seeing there in terms of the orange and grey reflects quite specific activities such as the Town Vision project. And also the fact that that one has actually essentially been put on hold while the local growth strategy comes into effect. So you'll remember from the engagement that we did last year, there are parts of the local growth strategy that touch on the town itself and the corridor between the CBD and Korpiopio, and also some of the council properties in the town centre. So while the town vision update is on hold, the local growth strategy will pick up elements of that work. So I've actually got the full business plan in front of me and I can speak further to it, but there's another few examples. I can give you assurance the policy is well underway. That one is on track. The disposals is behind schedule. It's sort of become wrapped up in a process around engagement with Ngatiawa. So you remember there were 3 properties identified and was working through the process with how those might be disposed and the public engagement around the Harbour Master's house, for example. So that one's behind. I've mentioned the town vision and the development plans for the town centre sites is very heavily integrated into the flood wall programme, which, as you know, is slightly tracking behind due to other milestone delivery issues that have been had along the way. So it's all wrapped up in a bundle. The policy work, the freeholding plan is really, really well on track. And you'll be seeing some of those elements come through in subsequent committees and council meetings.
Thank you, Lainey, for that. Carolyn, is yours in response to something that Lainey said? Okay. I've got Lainey, I was wondering if you can just please, you've referenced the business plan a couple of times. Can you please explain for the benefit of the new councillors and perhaps Petra, how does the business plan fit into all of our other policies and strategies?
Sure, thank you. So the business plan, I think, is now in its 4th year, heading into its 5th. And essentially it is a full spectrum of the work programme that we as executive use to monitor our progress of delivery. It's linked to the annual plan work programmes and the long-term plan work programmes, but it's essentially tracks each sub-activity within our activity groups according to delivery against milestones over time. We append this to the end of the organisation performance report as a way to be transparent around how we're actually delivering on our operational projects and also our BAU. I'm very happy to share the entire thing with council if you'd like to see it. You get a snapshot in this report every quarter, of course, but if it's helpful, we could send it on a one-off basis just so you kind of get a feel for it. It's very long. It's got, I'm just looking, doesn't actually tell me how many lines, but it's well into I think it's over 300.
Yep, I think it would be useful just to send, perhaps as a PDF, to council so they can just have a wee look at it. And I know that when we get to the long-term plan, this is where it kind of really comes in and we start looking at balancing what's in, what's out, what's been achieved, what's partial. So
thank you. I will just note that we are underway with a transition away from the PDF version of the business plan into One Plan, which is the tool that's being rolled out and aligned with our Aratakina EPMO project that Paul's now looking after. So we're hopeful that with the new financial year in July, all of the work programme will be in that tool and the business plan will be put out to pasture.
all right, that would be very useful. Any form that you can let us know or send it to us, that would be great in the interim till it all becomes One Plan. And I was asked yesterday, what is the One Plan? So can you just explain again what the One Plan is going to be?
Yeah, One Plan is a software tool that has been identified in the Aratakina EPMO development process that Erana has been leading. And so Aratakina has multiple elements to it. One is an overall kind of project and program governance culture and a framework with which to do that, and training pathways for internal capability in project management. But the tool is really quite incredible, and it enables us as an executive team to see across all of the portfolios and to drill down into detail. It integrates with our finance system, or it will, so that at any one point you can filter by activity or by milestone or by strategic priority even. Everything's linked and cross-linked, so you can actually capture council's work programme at various different levels. You can roll it up to portfolio level, you can drill down into specific projects, and it will eventually also capture just our BAU activities as well. So it should become very powerful. We aren't quite certain yet the level of visibility that will be made available to different groups, but certainly executive will have the master view of the whole, which is going to be very, very useful.
Great, thank you very much for that. Look forward to seeing how that rolls out. Right, councillors, any further questions? Councillor Hamill.
Thank you. Page 124, the waste minimisation, we've removed that variation around organic waste processing. It's really just, I'd like perhaps if we could request to have a sort of a waste 101 from the waste team. And I understand you've got a new waste manager appointed shortly. So maybe that's something for the future. I think it would be helpful to get a bit more of a feel for how that works and a bit more understanding about the regional waste strategy.
Yep, I've already discussed both of those with the new candidate coming in, and that person is very excited to do both.
Fantastic, thank you.
Oh, thank you, councillor. Right, no further questions. I'll move that the Finance, Performance and Risk Committee receive the organisational performance reports for Quarter 1 and Quarter 2. Can I have a mover? Councillor Isles, second to Councillor Dennis. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. No debate. Carried. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, ladies. Didn't want to stay on for the next one. We were suggested to have a scheduled lunch break, but I think we're doing well with our time. So I think if the report writers are available, we'll move on to 7.6, the Ratepayer Assisted Scheme. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you. So the Ratepayer Assistance Scheme, or the RAS, I won't go through in detail because we've had a presentation on it in a previous meeting, but really just to highlight that the scheme is fundamentally covers 3 products. It covers rates postponement, it covers development contribution / levy postponement, and what are known as impact loans, which are loans effectively that have a wider public benefit. The paper in front of you is seeking council's, the committee's endorsement for the scheme. It's not requiring any sort of financial commitment at this point in time, but it does note that there may be a financial commitment into the future. This is really the important part of this is so the higher number of councils that will show support for the scheme, the greater ability and opportunity we have to actually get the legislation through with central government. So this is seeking the endorsement of the committee to actually move forward and be part of the scheme moving forward, acknowledging that the financial contribution isn't clear and will come as part of a future report.
Thank you, Paul. We've got Councillor Ives and Councillor Dennis and Whittaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just following on from Paul's comments there regarding the financial contribution that could be sought in the future, looking at item 3C, and they're talking the vicinity of 30 million to 35 million across local government. Can we opt out if we decide that the cost is going to be too great? Because again, just bearing in mind, our affordability, and what sort of, are we given an indication as to what our financial contribution may have to be?
Sure. So to answer the first part of the question, there's no requirement to be part of it. As when local government funding agency was set up, there were a smaller group of councils that set that up. In saying that, do need to get the money across the sector in some form or another. In terms of the actual quantum, just to put it in context, I haven't got the exact numbers in front of me, but the shareholding in the local government funding agency is slightly smaller to this, and we're in the 100,000, 200,000 commitment from our perspective. So it's an eye-watering number when you look at 30 to 35 million, but spread across the councils, spread across the government and the local government funding agency, and a number of those larger councils will be expected to contribute more. It will be a much smaller number that we see here.
Thank you, Councillor Dennis.
Sorry, I didn't quite get that. How much would we end up paying?
I haven't got an exact number because it depends on the number of councils that contribute.
Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands?
It would most likely be in the low hundreds that for an estimate, but I don't want to be quoted on that number because it is completely dependent on the number of councils.
So I listened to that thing quite intently the other day, but I just wonder how it works. So obviously we're going to, the RAS scheme is going to lend people the money to pay their rates or do solar power and all that sort of stuff, and those people won't have to pay it back, but they have to pay between 2 and 4% interest on it. Do they have to pay that money year by year, or is that accumulates with the loan they've done, so when the house is sold, that goes?
It accumulates with the loan. So
Okay.
There's no cash flow requirement from them until...
So the cash flow comes to us?
On the rate scheme. The cash flow comes to council.
Yes.
As it makes council whole in terms of its rates requirement.
Yep.
And then the RAS actually is the mechanism that will collect that money at a future point in time.
So what's to stop every person in New Zealand saying, great, we're going to log into that? Or do the existing schemes that are running, do they find that most people don't want to do that because they want the equity in their house when they sell it or leave it to their kids or something like that?
Firstly, not everyone will be eligible. There will be requirements in terms of equity in property and other requirements effectively that come through. Secondly, this is a product of choice, and some people, exactly to the point that you make, will not want to recognise that some of that equity is going to be paid across into the future. So it is very much a product of choice, which is why if we look at the experience in British Columbia, I think it's around 3% that have actually built up into using that scheme. So it won't, based on the modelling that's done, it won't. Not everyone will take it up, but it is very much a choice for people, particularly those, in financial hardship but have a property now. It gives a choice to defer that rate payment.
So thank you. That gives the break to the system, is that a lot of people want to keep their own equity in their house and won't go near it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Whittaker.
My question's been answered. It was the one to Councillor Ives. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor James.
I was just going to say I'm happy to move it.
I have a question before we move. Thank you, Councillor James. My question is on page 149, 6.1, the assessment of significance. And I just wondered what would trigger, or what's the threshold for us to move it to be a moderate to high significance?
There are probably two things. One is a final sign-up, which will be whether that's in the form of financial or a final commitment to it. Secondly, the model is similar to the LGFA, which is a council-controlled organisation model that would trigger into a more significant and further consultation at that point.
Well, thank you, Petra.
Thank you. I was just wondering what the experience in British Columbia is of how self-sustaining this is, in that having put the initial 30 to 35 million in, what kind of levels of default rates have they seen, and is additional funding needed in the future to cover those defaults?
Yeah, I haven't got it in front of me, but what I'll do is distribute the business case on British Columbia. What I will say is that it has delivered a return back, and the modelling that's been done on this model is that it actually returns after, I think it's 3 years or so. It starts to move into a break-even position. So experience is that it does return pretty quickly.
Any further questions of clarification? Yeah, well, thank you very much, members. I know that when we had our workshop a few weeks ago, we were quite excited about the opportunity that we could make available via this new RAS scheme to our residents who might need some assistance in deferring their rates payment, but we still receive it up front, and or wanting to do enhancements and upgrades onto their homes. So, you know, we look really forward to see how this progresses going down the line. Okay, that being said, I'll call for a mover and a second to first. Councillor Whittaker moves, Councillor Isles seconds. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Debate? And some debate. Thank you very much.
I did want to make a contribution because I wanted to, it's not a question of clarification, but it's just an indication of really strong support for this scheme. I think it's a really good initiative that's been put forward, and we're just being asked to sign up to it and support it. And it will benefit our ratepayers hugely, I think. One, in that if people are just finding it unable to keep up with the rates, they can apply to this scheme. They can have the rates paid on their behalf and essentially pay it back when they sell the house or when they pass away and their estate deals with it. So it's a way of, we've got a lot of people who have lived in the same house for a long time, and the value of the house has increased, sometimes because of not anything they've done, but because of the places developed around them. Their rates have increased, become unaffordable, then fixed incomes. This is a way of managing that, and I think it'll be a great benefit to our community. The impact loans is another aspect of it, where people can apply to the fund for property improvements that have public benefits, so heat pumps and solar panels and insulation. And these are all things that is great to encourage, because it does benefit the whole community if people are investing in these things, and it's a way of making it affordable. And again, they can get the benefits, and it can be financed out of the when their house is sold. And then the other one is the deferred development contributions, and this is a big issue for us as a council, because we want to unlock development, we want to unlock housing growth, and finding ways that this can be done to make development easier to do for people. And this will do that because it will again allow development contributions to be, rather than an upfront cost, to be set against the property and paid off over time in future. So I think these are going to have huge benefits for our ratepayers, and also for our council and our whole district. So yeah, I'm strongly in support.
Thank you, Mayor Tancho. So we've got Councillor Dennis and Councillor Boynton and Councillor Isles.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Like our Mayor, I think it's a great opportunity. The only issue I see is that we need to be careful. We don't think that we can just go wholehearted and up the rates. And because people can use a rebate scheme and people can use that scheme. But then I'm reminded that there will be a rates capping come on, so that will be good. And that's the only query I'd have. But I can already think of one or two people I'm going to go and talk to who it will just give them a lot of peace of mind. How soon will it come in? Can you tell me?
Through the chair, it's a difficult question to answer. Like we do have some good traction with government, some support from the local government minister to move it forward at the moment. So ideally, we take the window before the election to actually get that through. So optimistically, I would say this time next year, hopefully we're rolling things out. But it is optimistic. There's a lot to do. But
Thank you. Councillor Boynton.
Oh, kia ora. Yes, and I'm also supportive of this and was very excited when we had the presentation on RAS, but I'm also mindful that with the changes to legislation and rates cap, and also a direction towards favouring development and growth in regions, that we still have to be mindful that we're putting the debt elsewhere, I guess, in terms of what people are going to have to be able to afford in the long term. So it is a solution to provide relief, but in the short term, because of the pressures that we are going to face with new legislation changes such as rates capping and local water done well, I just hope that there's still going to be still going to need strong advocacy in how we protect our ratepayers, but also ensure that we have a balance to those who are going to benefit from this fund, and whether or not large developers who may access this fund, we might receive the returns instantly. However, we have to ensure that we're still looking out for those and making sure that we're not just putting whānau into long-term higher debt. So while it's exciting to have this, it's just also being mindful that we're not just pushing it all onto our whānau and thinking that the rates capping and everything else is going to disappear. So just wanting to highlight that. Kia ora.
Councillor Isles.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to follow on from Councillor Boynton, my concern too, further to what Mayor Tantros was outlining, was the capital value on homes in the high deprivation areas, and just that so many of those homes that are Māori owned are basically handed from one generation to the next, and to think that the current owner or occupier of that house might take advantage of this scheme and incur a debt then for an oncoming family member. Just something that, to me, might be an easy solution for today, but long-term ramifications could impact. So, yeah, it's just something that I'm a little bit wary on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other councillors like to give any feedback? Councillor Hamill.
Really just a question perhaps for Paul. I was thinking about the timeframes, and one of our requirements obviously to have good information sharing capability, but going forward between council and RAS. Are we going to be okay with our finance, property and rates project finishing in time for that, the transition? It's really just an administrative query.
Yes, through the chair, our internal system development won't impact on this at all, in the sense that one of the benefits of this is that all of the administrative and technology requirements, and one of the largest costs is technology actually for the RAS to set up. So they will basically deal with that. And they're certainly, well, touch wood, will be well and truly implemented in terms of our system by the time we're integrating in here.
Yeah, the comments from members. Right, well, what I will do, I'll call for a mover and a seconder first. Oh, yes, we have. Councillor Whittaker and Councillor Isles. Thank you, Councillor Isles. With your approval, rather than read all of the recommendations out, I just thought I would surmise them and note them. That one, the Finance Performance and Risk Committee received the Ratepayer Assistance Report. Two, that we approve in principle the support for the establishment of the Ratepayer Assisted Scheme. Three, that we approve notification to the Minister of Local Government for it to be established and envisioned, noting A, B through to 1, 2 and 3. C, that we consider making an equity investment in due course once more information is received. And 4, that we just note that any commitment beyond of its intent gets referred back to us. Are people happy with the way I've summarised that? Yes. Thank you very much. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you, everybody. You got all that? That was all right? Is that legal? Right, we've made good progress and we're a little bit ahead of schedule, so we're now going to adjourn for lunch and we will return back at 10 to 1. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for members of the public that are still here and staff.
I found this outside.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back. We're now at 7.7, financial reporting, which starts on page 155 of the agenda. So we've got Paul and Julie who will answer any of our questions. And just as Julie comes to the table, this is Julie Caverhill for those new councillors that may not have met Julie before. And welcome to Chief Executive Steve Purtier online. I thought that it might be useful for the benefit of new councillors and a bit of a refresher for existing councillors that I've asked Paul to take us through this report page by page so that if there's any points of clarity we can ask any of the terminology or get any further sense of what the communication, of what the issues are. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you. So I'll just start on page 156 first, which is really just a summary of our financial performance. And this report is up to the end of December. So in terms of our overall performance, we're actually, we are running better than budget for our operational deficit. So that's summarised in there. I won't go into detail because we'll cover that more as we move through the other pages. And then from our capital program as well, we'll cover that off as we move forward. So page 157 is our what's basically our financial performance and our financial summary for the period. It's not a accounting standard document. This is one that's put together to bring together all of our operational and our capital costs. So just to walk through the various groupings on that page, it starts with the operational sources of funds and applications of funds, which ultimately is our operational performance, and that comes down to that surplus deficit of operating activities. Now, one thing that, and apologies that this might get a little bit confusing, but there is a difference when we look through this page to our, what we call the operating budget deficit. And the reason for that is that there are certain adjustments that are made for capital funding, capital expenditure, loan funded expenditure that will impact on that. But the main point of our performance to date is that we are running ahead of that budget, which will mean that if that continues, and our forecast is that it will, but it will be to a lesser amount, that will actually make some inroads into that deficit as well. There are some terms in here that you may not be familiar with, so just to run over some of the gain or loss on revaluations and derivatives. We'll come to it more in the Treasury report, but that is where we actually do a valuation on our interest rate swaps, and that comes up with a surplus deficit. It doesn't really mean anything at a point in time unless we were to realise those and close those transactions down. So it's a point of time number effectively that is reflected.
Councillor Dennis.
Thank you. I got a little bit confused here because you've got the operating activities deficit of 11.403 million, and down at the bottom you've got the surplus or deficit of all activities. So when we go around and talk about our deficit and we're going to try and reduce it and all that sort of stuff, which one are we talking about? Are we talking, is the one at the bottom, which is the all activities including other and capital, is that once you take everything in consideration, that's our deficit?
Yeah, apologies. We do need to be clear about that in terms of how we build this report going forward. The short answer is it's neither. And it's version 3. Sorry. It's the reason as it is because the operating deficit of 11.4 is actually looking at the operational costs and expenditure, but there are some valid adjustments that need to be made to that before we get down to the balanced budget deficit. And there, I don't know if you remember from the briefings we had late last year, but it's things like where, for example, we're using loans to fund we've made a decision to use loans to fund digital expenditure. That is operational expenditure without revenue, but it's a valid adjustment to our balanced budget deficit, because that has been a clear decision that's been made. So what we'll do in these reports going forward is we'll actually do another line effectively, which will actually show you those adjustments, bring us down to that number. The reason the bottom number isn't the right number is because it includes capital in there. So there's subsidies for capital in there. And that is not what when we're talking about balanced budget deficits, that is not relevant in there.
So last year, if you go back to the 28th of August 25, on page 150 of that financial report, it said the actual deficit is 8.94 million. So if we then come forward to which one on that is the actual deficit? Because if it's 11.4, it means we're actually growing our deficit instead of reducing it. If you go to the bottom figure, which is the deficit of all activities, we're actually doing really well. So are we doing well, or are we?
We are doing well, because if you look at the numbers in the summary on the previous page, we're effectively we're 2.7 less than our revised budget on that bottom line, and we're 3.1 better than at the operating level.
Okay, so the third bullet point on page 156, the actual deficit of all activities is only 6.3 million. Is that right?
No, that's what I'm saying. We'll need to recalculate that for you in terms of that balanced budget deficit. But what I'm saying is that we are $3 million, approximately $3 million to the end of December, better than what we were that we'd forecast for the budget year.
So that last figure of 8.94 million, we're down to about 5.6. I'm just trying to get to the fact we're actually...
I'm going to need to bring a balanced budget calculation back to you to actually make that really clear. But I guess the point of this is to show that our operational performance is running better. Some of it is timing related, so it's not, it will change. We tend to spend more in the back half of the year than we do in the front half of the year. But we are actually better than what was forecast in that budget year. But I will need to bring back to you the exact budget balance calculation, which will take into account all of those things like, like I said, the debt funding of digital, the funding out of reserves, those elements, the non-funded depreciation because NZTA will renew assets. They're the adjustments that need to be made, which is why it is, unfortunately, it's become very confusing because even the Department of Internal Affairs balanced budget measure has things into it that aren't actually true balanced budget things. So there's multiple versions. What I can say to you though is that we budgeted for a balanced budget deficit this year. We're making inroads into that because our performance is better financially to the end of December, noting that some of that will be timing related and we'll see some of that erode in the second half, but it is favourable at this point in time.
So then if at our annual plan, if we try and reduce the budget again, it'll actually almost get to balance, won't it?
Well, when we talk about the annual plan I think next week or the week after, some of the savings already have been embedded from this year in there as well. So
that's really good news, but somehow you need to lay it out. So I've been here a few years and say, of course, if we take one figure, we've just blown the heck out of it and we're in bad news. You take the other figure, we're doing 2 million better than we thought we would. So if you could bring us some of those figures.
We'll bring it, but I guess the point I want to just emphasise is that we are running better than what we forecast for the year. That's. I'll give you the exact number in that balanced budget calculation, but we are running better than what was forecast.
Thank you, Paul.
Yep. Page 2.
158.
So 158. Again, this is just graphically showing us the, in terms of the revenue performance for the year, showing basically the full, so the table there shows the full year performance relative to our year to date. It's a half year performance, to be honest, on the revenue side, because the biggest element of it is rates. You would expect it to be very close to 50%, which it is. There are some movements in user fees that are lower than budget, and they're highlighted in the report, largely around holiday parks, resource management, and community regulation activities report fees. But overall, the revenue is consistent with budget. One thing that we will do when we move into the long-term plan conversation is bring back this conversation on user fees and how they're tracking and what are options to do with those activities as we move forward.
I've just got a question, Paul, if you don't mind, just on that third bullet point, the holiday park fees, 35%, that's quite a lot, appreciating that this is up to the end of December, so we've got the January, February, March to come. I was just wondering if in future, like I just had a look at our tourism expenditure for the district, for Whakatane actually, and we're actually up 5% to the end of December versus New Zealand, which is 2%. So maybe we can just have a little bit of a quantifier there for the tourism people, just to give us, that we're tracking consistently with New Zealand, because New Zealand's had the best season ever since 2019. And if we're not staying consistent with the New Zealand, or we're beating it, but our revenue is less, it was just a disconnect for me.
You raise a really good point in terms of the timing, though, is that you would expect this variance to come down with the peak holiday period being that January through to Easter period. So, yeah.
Right, thank you. Councillor Ranui Morgan.
Yeah, just going back to our deficit again. I just want to clarify something. And you say that we're tracking okay on it with where we're heading. So my question is, how do we go about reducing it even further?
Yeah, so that's very much part of our annual plan conversation again, which will come back on the 4th or 5th of March. But there is a program to reduce it, which largely is around, I guess, at the highest level of equation is how do you increase your revenue and reduce your costs. In our annual plan, for example, next year, and the options that will go to council on the early March will be to have a rate increase of at a different level than what was set in the long-term plan, or retain it at that level. If we retain it at the long-term plan level, it will reduce the balanced budget deficit by more. If we reduce it, our revenue is going down, so costs have come down, but to actually get us back into balanced budget, we need to actually keep the revenue up. So that will be a conversation for council in the annual plan and then subsequent long-term plan conversations just about how we reduce it further. But it's very much about, for example, the holiday park, I can use that as an example. If we increase that revenue up to get that to beyond budget, that will help our balanced budget deficit, as an example. So that's part of the user fee conversation that will happen in the long-term plan to actually look at that. Does that...
Supplementary, yes?
Just one more question. Would the sale of our some of our assets be used for decreasing it as well, maybe in the long term?
No. Reason the answer is no is that they're capital of nature in terms of that, so it doesn't affect the operational income. And in fact, they may go the other way if they're income earning assets. It may actually reduce the amount of operational income. So we do need, if we're looking at those, we need to consider all elements of operational income as well as capital.
Thank you, Paul. Carry on.
So moving through to operational expenditure, and those similar charts are on the next page. You can see the large variances we've just highlighted there are payments to staff and payments to suppliers. Some of the payments to staff is vacancies that we have during the year, and again, as recruitment continues, that is expected to change. Payments to suppliers is related to operational projects, and there's a number of those across the business that, again, have projects tend to take a little bit longer to actually operationalise from the start of the year. So we expect that expenditure will come back to some degree before the end of the year.
That payments to staff, which are 612,000 less, and by the end of the year will be 807,000 less. Is that going to be continuing if we stay at this?
So they're already factored into the annual plan. So if you remember when we had the annual plan conversation,
Yep.
Yeah.
So that they are a long-term
The answer is
saving?
yes.
Thank you.
Depreciation, remember that we had the large increase in the revaluation from roading. As we finalised the annual report, there was some smaller movements on that, so that's made some adjustments there. And then financing costs are within the range of budget. We've obviously had a lot of changes in the interest rate market, but because we do hedge out, which we'll cover in the Treasury report, they don't reflect extensively in the current year. The capital funding, again, we've had this conversation quite a bit around our capital program. Capital expenditure is lower than where we were forecasting to the end of December. Some of the projects are listed there that are on, or further down onto page 160 in terms of what's making up those variations. I think the key point I want to make with this is that if you remember to the annual plan, we brought our capital expenditure down from 59 to 51 million. There will be a carry forward come through from this year, but we're able to deliver around 50 million. So part of us moving to finalise our annual plan come May, June will be some reforecasting, rebudgeting to actually bring that number down to a more realistic level of what we can actually deliver.
So that underspend will go into reserves for the projects that are due to happen, but we haven't got around to yet?
Not into reserves, but effectively we won't have spent that money, so there's no debt associated with them or anything like that.
Oh, we already have raised that money from the rates, so...
Yeah. What's happening is because there's a consistent carry forward amount each year that's not actually set in the budget. We're not actually increasing in that, so we've only effectively rated for the capital program, not the carry forwards, because it's a consistent amount that's carried over each year. So
if we try and reduce our capital works so that we don't get carryover, that would actually mean less take from the rates for capital stuff.
The take from the rates effectively is reflective of the actual capital program that we spend, and we adjust that debt number every year. So the less we spend, the lower the rate number will be over time.
And I think Councillor Amick has been hot on this and before, is why raise 26 million if you're only going to do 16 million worth, and just do what we can.
Yeah, and that's that's something that we're acutely aware of in the annual plan and making sure, which is why by the time we get to set our annual plan May, June, we'll be looking at reforecasting to ensure that what that is set on is actually a realistic delivery amount for the year.
Thank you. Councillor Isles, your question.
No, I think it was just, it's a question I've asked year in and year out about our capital and our unspent capital and the impact that it has on rates, and I think Paul's already indicated that it's negligible.
Okay, thank you.
So just moving to page 161, and Julie's here as well to help me with any of the Treasury elements, but if I run through and if there's any further questions. In terms of our credit rating, we've already met with our Fitch ratings last month which is earlier than normal, to go over what our accounts are. They don't give a lot away. Will they change things? I think probably the biggest implication that we might see is with the amount of local government reform and potentially impacts on rates caps and waters, it'd be more at that holistic level that there might be some changes to frameworks. You would have seen we may have seen Standard & Poor's have already indicated that they're having a good look at what that might mean. But at this point, we don't know any more. It was a good meeting, and they were quite happy where things were. But we will find out mid-year in terms of what that rating looks like. Excuse me.
Thank you, Paul. I'm not sure if this is for you or for Julie. Can you please explain what a derivative pre-funding and the swap is? Thank you.
I made a few notes on some of these things because I'm not that terribly good at talking off the cuff. So we work with PwC Treasury and they advise us on, Treasury strategy. So derivatives and swaps, I use that term interchangeably. But basically they're a way of fixing our debt. We have a lot of floating debt, but at any point, if the interest rates become favourable, we can fix them by buying or transacting into a swap or derivative. So the gains and losses you see are valuations. They're not actual money going in or out. We value it at the end of each month, and if the fixed rate exceeds the floating rate, we pay the bank, and vice versa. If the floating exceeds the fixed rate, the bank pays us. So every month we add all the swaps up and see which ones are negative and positive, net it off and say, right, at this point in time, it's a loss. But next month it might turn around to a gain depending on how the floating rates are going. I hope that makes a bit of sense.
So for the end of December, we made a loss on the exchanges.
But we never set budgets for the simple reason that no one really knows where the interest rates are going at any one time. And it's not just dependent on the OCR in our country, it's what President Trump says, it can be all sorts of things. And the bank will look ahead and try and predict, and they'll change the rates ahead of things to try and smooth things out. So you never really know which way it's going to go at any time. If we did, we'd all be millionaires probably. Pre-funding is, we look at what debt is due. Well, to start with, we get loans that are short-term, but what we're funding is very long-term assets. So periodically those loans mature and we have to buy new ones basically. So it's cheaper for us to have shorter-term loans. So we renew them, and we renew them by borrowing ahead of time for the loan that's due to be repaid and putting it on term deposit, and it comes off term deposit just before the loan is due. And this is considered prudent financial management, particularly by the credit rating agencies, because there's no risk of us not being able to pay our debt when it falls due. So we've got 32 million due in April, and we've pre-funded that with a $15 million loan and a $17 million loan, and both of those will be paid on the term deposit will mature a few days before the loan's due, and they get replaced. So quite often you'll see in my Treasury reports I might say we've uplifted $25 million worth of debt, like we did in the 6 months, but the net change in debt or net drawn debt is only 10 million, because 15 million of it's been put aside in a term deposit and offsets the debt. One of the other things you asked...
Just one moment, Julie. Councillor Dennis?
Sorry, I'm really confused about that. You said to pay off a $10 million debt, we've borrowed 25.
No, we've got 32 due, and we uplifted a $15 and a $17 million loans at various times, adding up to the 32.
Okay.
So they'll just have different maturities.
Okay.
The term deposits will have different maturities, but all the loans are due at the same time.
Thank you.
Thanks, we can carry on. Sorry, Mayor Tantos.
So thank you. I did just have one question just about the credit rating. Paul, you indicated that the thing that's most likely to have impact is the rates capping, and that what that does in terms of our income and ability to service, I guess. What's the so if the rates capping is due to come in
29.
Sorry?
2029.
29, yeah. At what stage does that impact our credit rating?
Normally, they will look at a 2 to 3 year window. So it would most likely, it won't be in the current period, but this time next year it may be. We will know the legislation and it might be impacting in there. I think, just for clarity, the fact that our revenue is restricted won't cause a downgrade, but what the credit rating agencies will look at is our level of expenditure relevant to that revenue limit. And if for example, our capital program is really, really high and our revenue is starting to look, they will certainly look at balanced budgets and say they don't particularly like that. As Julie said, they'll look at liquidity as well. So there's about 5 factors that they will take into account. But the really key ones will be our level of revenue relative to the level of our expenditure, including capital expenditure. So it's just like the fact if we've got 4% limit won't cause any downgrade, but what it would be is if if we were using debt to fund operations, for example, that would be where they would be concerned about.
Thank you. We've now got Councillor Boynton, then Councillor member.
Thank you both really very much for being able to step us through all the definitions and give us a picture of how it works. My question, I don't know, it might be for later on, but it was just really looking at, with talking about capital, with us investigating the in-house business unit and also to possibly multi-CCC, would that part of the Three Waters capital works come off the budget, and would that improve our circumstances in terms of credit rating, or is it still a cost that we have to consider overall because it's either in-house business unit or it's gone off to a multi-CCC? Oh, sorry.
Great question. It's probably will need a day to unpick it, to be honest, because there's a lot in. No, it's a great question. What I would say for the purpose of this meeting is that the in-house business unit, the debt is still considered part of council. A CCO model, it is able to be borrowed directly from the funding agency at a much greater level of borrowing capacity. So it's a conversation that we will, and I'm looking at Mr. Johansson down the back there, might touch on this in the water services strategy update, but it's certainly over the next 12 months a conversation that we will need to work through, because it will have significant implications on our ability to borrow and how much we can borrow in terms of which model we choose.
Petra.
Thank you. A simple question with, I suspect, a complex answer. If our credit rating is downgraded, what impact is that likely to have on the interest that we pay?
Yeah, I'll try and make it not that complex. It's there are various bandings that the LGFA will look at, and it won't be significant in terms of when I say 5 basis points, it might be if you move down a notch, which is 0.05%, which doesn't sound significant, but when you're talking $160 to $200 million of debt, as that debt is refinanced, it will have an implication on there. The other, and I'm not, this is just really for information more than anything, is that if your debt starts to get up towards covenant levels, it's a different conversation, because you must maintain those covenants to stay borrowing with the LGFA. And if you don't, you're in the situation of having to rectify that or re-borrow money to actually pay it. So that's where it becomes quite a significant conversation. But I was getting a bit too much, wasn't it? The short answer is around 5 basis points in the first instance, but that number certainly adds up.
Thank you. We can just carry on through perhaps to page 162. And while I don't pretend to understand everything on there, I was advised when I first joined this committee that as long as all the ticks are green, it means that we are tracking as we should be, and we're not exceeding any of our limits in regards to our loans and deficit. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. This is some of the things that Julie was touching on before in terms of under our Treasury policy, we have different bands of short and longer term and fixed and floating. And the summary of this page is we're compliant with our covenants and we're compliant with our bands. That's really what that page is trying to say. And coming back to it, it might be worth with the new council to have Pricewaterhouse come and talk about how they develop up the recommendations around this banding to actually make that clearer as to how, what the ticks actually mean.
And I think that's a good idea, and I think at the beginning of last term, we also had Pricewaterhouse come and do a presentation to councillors about how their Treasury report's written. Okay, we carry on. Thank you.
Do you want to talk about committed facilities, Julie? On page 163. You may not have the same page numbers, so I'll...
Yes, so we have a short-term credit facility with ANZ. Our previous chairman of Risk and Assurance didn't like me calling it an overdraft, but that's basically what it is. So that meets our short-term needs. When we know that, for instance, there might be a rate stake coming in and we're, short for a couple of weeks on bills, we'll take the facility with ANZ and just get an advance and then pay it back when the money comes in. We've also just about finished organising an LGFA short-term one, which is slightly more reasonable for us, where we can pick up $5 million at short-term notice for liquidity purposes as well. So we try and stay ahead of these things by having at least 2 or 3 years so that there's no last-minute scramble. ANZ are very good at working with us on that one. So these are ones where we recognise that we don't need long-term debt, we just need a very short-term help with liquidity issues.
Through the chair, if I can just make a quick comment on this, this is one of the things that the credit rating agencies are really hone in on, because from a liquidity perspective, they know we can get the money if we need it. So that's, we don't want to use it, but it is really important for the credit rating agencies that they know that we can borrow it if we need to. Do you keep going?
I think so. Any questions about anything else on that page? All right.
Then we move through to our debtors accounts. Really, really strong rates performances. I'm probably just going to talk about 2 pages here. So on page 165, we cover the land rates debt, which is in the mid to high 90s in terms of percent recovery. Which is obviously a great number. Our overall debtors are certainly influenced by the outstanding airport related debt. So when you take that out, it's actually a much different number. We've got $1.7 million of that aged debtors sitting there with the airport.
Councillor Boynton.
Just regarding the airport, we were in the process of recovering a certain amount from our other partner of the airport, was that right?
Yeah, that's correct. Unfortunately, the process to get there is to get an audited set of accounts signed off. That audited set of accounts it's been with Audit New Zealand for some time. Just this week, they've come back with another series of questions. We're meeting with them again to work through that. But yes, it needs... That's the sign-off for the first year, back to 2019. Then it rolls forward from there. So, yeah, it's an ongoing thing, but we unfortunately are a little bit at the mercy of Wellington in terms of the process, the speed that they're actually working. They've got a pile of accounts to work through, and we're probably not at the top of the list.
Councillor Isles.
Paul, just to clarify, when you say 2019, is it 2019 and subsequent years that are all before audit? It is?
Yeah, that's correct, but the first issue sort of has arisen there, so once that, I'm hopeful that confident that once we get through that first year, that will move a lot quicker through the process than the first year, because once that is established and they clear that, those adjustments can apply from there on.
Thank you, Paul. I mean, one of the long-standing councillors, like many around the table, we've asked for this, and it's great to see that you've actually implemented this and got it well and truly underway. So, well done.
Yeah, no, thank you. And perhaps if I can just explain to the new councillors. So we run the airport, but it's a joint venture with the Crown or CAA, Civil Aviation. So if it made any money, we would share the profit between us, and if we lose any money, we share the losses. And so what's sitting on our debtors from them is the losses of 1.6 million over the 5 years. So that's this year, isn't it?
Yeah, there's actually another year to go in there,
That's
so
right.
yeah, the number's high.
So we're really looking forward to recovering that one, but it's been a complicated process for it to be done retrospectively. Councillor Dennis.
So we've got all the audits done up to the present date, we're just waiting for them to work their way through it, is that correct?
Well, we've got the accounts done for the first year, sitting with them, and the rest will roll through from that pretty quickly once they say yes or no. We're not going to do all the accounts and then have to redo them though. So we're set to go, but we're waiting for that first year's clearance to roll it through.
Okay, thank you.
And if you do look at that table, the non-rate status table on page 164, you can see a few other things in there, like building consents and liquor licensing. Some of those things there are just at a point in time, because for some of the building consents, for example, it might take quite a while for the final sign-off to come. But we're actually doing a lot better with that than we have in the past. Paul, yep.
Then there's some information there on our rates rebates that have been processed, and that pretty much takes us to the end of the report. Detachment is the Pricewaterhouse report, which I suggest we get them to come along to see if we can come to the next meeting to present more of how they establish the policy and monitor it.
With the rates rebate, I see there that 2026, so far only 1,104 people have taken up that facility. And I'm sure there's a lot more people out there that could take it up. Are we doing anything to try and reach out to everyone that they're able to get a rates rebate through the government?
I'll have to come back and check how we promote it. I'll distribute that.
Thank you.
Yep.
Right, any further questions? And just reiterating that we'll invite PwC to come back perhaps for the next meeting to give us a talk or step through how they prepare their Treasury report, if that's okay. Yes? Right, well, we'll take you back to the resolutions on page 155. Can I have a mover and a second, please, for that the Finance, Performance and Risk Committee received the financial report end 31st of December 2025. Mover, Councillor Hamill. Second, Councillor Member Diccioli. Any debate? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you very much, Paul, for stepping us through. That was really useful, and to you, Julie. Right, so we now move to page 176 of the agenda. This is item 7.8, and this is local waters done well. And just invite Nick Johansson to the table to give us a bit of a summary of what's been happening here.
Organise myself here. Ngami Hinui, Otara. So today's paper is about the future of water services and how we organise ourselves in that space. I tend to divide what we do in the water space at the moment into three categories. One is business as usual, so that's keeping the taps on and the toilets flushing and our maintenance and operation and capital projects, etc.
Excuse me, Nick, could you just move the microphone closer to you, please?
Yes, sure.
Thank you.
We will report on those to the Project and Services Committee. And then the other two components of the waters is the internal business unit, for which we have made a decision that we are working on the implementation of now. And thirdly, the CCO, the investigation into the council-controlled organisation. Those two components are reported to this committee. So I just thought I'd just clarify that if you find a lack of the business as usual type reporting in this one. And this report updates you on the developments in the internal business unit and the CCI investigation, and also specifically it talks to the development of a water services strategy, which we are required to do under the Act. So generally just an update, but specifically asking for a directive on the development of a water services strategy. And the point of that is that we do develop that without much of your involvement in it until we have a draft. But I'll get to the why of that, unless that wasn't clear in the paper. Secondly, making public the information that the elected members on the Waters Working Group are dealing with at the moment. And thirdly, highlight in the report key dates for your consideration, input and decision making over the next year in the water space. Other than that, I'm happy to take it as read and answer any questions.
Councillor Isles, Councillor Dennis.
Thank you, Chair. My question, I don't know whether it should be next responsibility to answer. I can't quite understand why Local Waters Done Well paper would sit within the Finance Performance and Risk Committee. Is it because it's been taken out of infrastructure that it now sits outside of projects and services? I can't quite understand. I've asked at a pre-agenda meeting as to why or where did this report land, and although it's here, is this where it stays or does it become part of projects and services?
I'm not sure, Councillor. Perhaps the Chief Executive might be able to reply, or Nick, you've got a comment too?
I can.
Hi, Steve.
Kia ora tātou. Hi, everybody. Business as usual for waters infrastructure is reported through to the Projects and Services Committee, and I made the call to, Nick and I made the call that actually it would be more appropriate to report the waters CCO, the IB internal business unit project through to risk and performance, because it was largely about ring fencing of financials and also that risk element around all of those activities, and it's got quite a bit of organisational change. So I didn't see it as a business as usual infrastructure project. It's actually more of a financing risk process.
Can I just ask an additional question there? So does that mean that in the Projects and Services Committee there would just be a business as usual update on our waters?
Yeah, that would be all of the normal waters projects that are in the infrastructure plan. So they would be all reported. Yeah, continue reporting all of those water system upgrades, any pipe works, all of that stuff that's done. And we separate it. Well, I'll separate out the waters CCO work as a risk report coming through to this committee.
Thank you, Steve. That makes sense. Nick, did you have anything else to add to that?
No, I think Stephen has nailed it. The conversation around the IBU and the CCO is very strategic in nature. It's about how we organise ourselves, how we deliver water services, and associated risks and opportunities with that. So that's why we think that it's a good fit to have those reporting to here.
Councillor Dennis, did you have a question on that?
Please.
Yes.
Page 179. Those graphs there, could you please explain them? What is LTP water supply? What is WSDP water supply? And why is the blue one all over the place and the other one steady? page 179. What is LTP water supply? What is WSDP water supply? And why is one ricocheting and the other one's not?
Yeah, so the point of that is that the water services delivery plan was developed only last year, and that's the plan that was approved by DIA and the council for that matter at the middle of last year. Going into that, we had a long-term plan and a planned expenditure for waters.
Yep.
So this shows just the difference between what we had in the long-term plan and what we then, through some work as to around affordability and what we could deliver, put into the water services delivery plan. The point of including these graphs wasn't so much to show you the ups and downs, but actually I think that this last graph is the most important one. It's to outline the size of the waters business in relation to all of council business. So what we're dealing with here in these conversations about how we organise ourselves is a bit more than a third of our council operations and expenditure. So the point of these graphs is that it's a significant and sizable decision that requires a lot of attention, basically.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Councillor Whitaker.
Thank you for that. My question's around if council does set up a WSCCO, how will that impact ratepayers on the whole water sort of bill? Will it be a lot more, or will it be a percentage, 10, 20?
Well, there's a bit of water, excuse the pun, to go under the bridge before we can say. What we can say actually is that it won't be rated, so it'll be charged, and that's part of the change going into a new delivery model. It's a new charging model for water as well, and that doesn't just apply to us. That applies under the Act right across the country. But the process we're going through now with the investigation into a CCO, that will tell us those things. So like in response to Member Boynton's question before, what will change? Well, actually, we are going through a business case now as directed by the Water Working Group that involves a strategic case and a financial case. So as we go through the next few months, you will have the answers to why we're doing this from a level of service perspective, from a community perspective, from an equity perspective, but also from funding and financing and what makes best sense from a financial rating or charging point of view. So I could hazard a guess, and there are lots of guessing around the country at the moment. So I think we'd be much better just to work through the process of the business case, during which you, as councillors, will have 2 workshops with us and the team, where we will run you through where we're at, what we need guidance on. We will finish that business case by about late August, early September, then go out to consultation of what you choose as the preferred model, and then a final decision on that will be made late this year, or probably more likely very early next year. So, sorry, I can't answer your question, but
okay.
We're underway to gather all the data and evidence in order to be able to do that. And it won't happen in isolation, but we will have workshop with council, and that goes similarly for the other 3 partners in that investigation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Metanchos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for that. And I was just wanting to, Malcolm, I just wanted to add to that comment, just to say that in the Waters Working Group, there's a lot of focus on what this is going to mean in terms of cost to the consumer. And that's really one of the most fundamental questions. So, as Nick has said, there's a lot of work being done to develop that. That will be part of the consideration because it'll ultimately come back to council for a decision as to which way we want to go, and that's clearly going to be one of the important things that we're going to be paying attention to when we make that decision. The other thing I was going to add as well is that the timeframes are really significant in that question as well, because the indications we got when we embarked on this was that some of the savings might not be immediate, but they're more long-term savings. So bearing in mind the time frame that we're thinking over is also important, if that's helpful.
Thank you, Nandul. Was anything further that you were going to bring to our attention, Nick?
No, if that's all the questions, then happy to go back to the resolutions, which are generally just to note, but then also that directive for us to go ahead with a water services strategy based on the water services delivery plan, which is really clunky, but under the legislation we haven't got a choice. So we put the plan together last year, and now we have to deliver a strategy that talks about why the plan looks like it does. So it's back to front, of course it is. And I think that's acknowledged in the Act as well, because the author says that actually we only need to consult on the major issues in that strategy, which means that we don't need to put together a document of 100 pages, put that to the public and ask for their opinion. We just need to say what is the major issues we have with the delivery system as decided on at the moment. And I think that's quite helpful. So resilience issues, for instance, growth issues, level of service, how we charge for it, etc. So they're all issues that would be really good to put to the public. But in terms of putting a strategy together, I'd hate to drag you guys through a process of talking about your strategic objectives when all we can write in the report or the strategy is what's in the plan already. So that's why we're putting it in this way to you.
All right, no further questions of clarification? Right, well, if members are okay, what I'll do is I'll call for a mover and a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Isles. Thank you, Councillor O'Brien. First and second. And what I will do is, again, summarise and take resolutions from page 146, or 176, beg your pardon. We'll take resolutions 1 through 6 together, that the Finance, Performance and Risk Committee receive, local water's done well, and from 2 through to 6, and that we put forward Resolution 7, that the Finance, Performance and Risk Committee directs staff to prepare a water services strategy based on the Water Service Delivery Plan, alongside with our other partners and councils, to work into the long-term plan strategy and finance strategy, and that and also includes attachments A through to E. Have we got any debate on anything further to do with the water? No, if not, yes.
I'll just make one comment. I just wanted to acknowledge the work that Nick, the rest of the team that you've been working with have been doing, because it's a huge amount of work, and Nick brings a huge amount of skill and expertise into this area. So just wanted to thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you very much, Nandul. That's really appreciated. Thank you, Nick. Well, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? And carried. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Steve. Right, now we move to the public excluded part of the meeting. So we'll just call for a mover and a second to exclude, that the grounds were listed in the agenda, the Whakatane Council agree to exclude the public from the following parts of the proceedings of this meeting, namely the legal proceedings update report, February 2026, moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Hamill. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. It's indeterminate at the moment, I'm afraid. Yeah, we can wait for you, that's not a problem. Susan a moment to get the text sorted.
After we close, would it be possible to grab a minute for 5 minutes? I just want to discuss one thing on the annual plan.
Okay. After we close the meeting, if we can just have 5 minutes with Paul to discuss something else. Thank you. So, right, we're now back into public. Just to restate the following resolutions made in the public excluded section of the agenda. 1, that the Finance Performance and Risk Committee receive the legal proceedings update February 26 report, and 2, that the Finance Report and Risk Committee confirm the report is to remain in the public excluded. All those in favour? Say, oh, do I need to move in a second?
No, you just
I didn't need to. I'm restating it. Oh, I was trying not to get any little tellings off. Well, thank you very much, everybody. It was a really successful first meeting, combining the risk and assurance and the finance and performance. It probably might still take a few meetings just to iron out perhaps where some things should fall and shouldn't fall. And that was a really good question earlier, Andrew, about why the water services CCO was in this report, and now we understand as business as usual versus strategic sort of change and risk coming. So we'll just close for karakia.
Can I just make a comment?
Aye.
I just wanted to thank you, Leslie, for chairing this meeting, and I just really enjoyed it, and it's enjoyable seeing each of our new committees and our chairs, and yeah, I just really wanted to acknowledge that and thank you for chairing us today.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Yeah.
Yes, I also want to acknowledge Andrew and his chairing for his committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tony. He karakia whakakapi. Kia whakarahi te tapu, kia wātia ai te ara, kia tūraki whakataka ai, kia tūraki whakataka ai, home year, hui year, tai year. Thank you.